A huge beam of lightning hit the ground, devastating everything around it. This power came from a man known as the Fist King, who had mastered Jiangyu with his own hands. He was so famous for this title that few remembered his real name. This was Dan Wuzing, the great fighter, who now faced a complicated situation. With a shocked look, he reacted to something terrible that had just happened. In his arms, he held the body of one of his seriously wounded comrades. The hero believed he had been caught off guard in an ambush by a mysterious group. Now he found himself alone in the middle of a desolate battlefield. Looking around, he noticed the bodies of his enemies scattered across the ground. However, on a nearby cliff, only 2 opponents were left standing. He saw that both seemed very skilled and wondered where they had come from. Even though he was exhausted, the warrior stared at the 2 with unwavering determination. He then decided to return their subordinate by throwing the body in their direction. The man on the cliff begged for help from the sword demon, his leader. However, the sword demon ignored the plea and struck down his own companion. Dan Wuzing was completely shocked to witness such cruelty. The enemy had eliminated his own ally without the slightest hesitation. At this point, the protagonist realized that the opponent fought dirty. The symbol on the man's sword, combined with his merciless actions, caught Wuzing's attention. Putting the pieces together, the King of Fists finally began to recognize the foe's identity. He questioned whether the 2 enemies belonged to the demonic faction. The enemy seemed impressed and acknowledged that he was standing before the King of Fists. He praised the hero's resistance, but Wuzing sharply told him to be quiet. Burning with anger, he declared that he would defeat the enemy with just 10 blows. The sword demon found such confidence arrogant and charged forward, eager to test the extent of that arrogance. Wuzing, however, managed to defend himself, countering the attacks with his electric fists. The opponent was surprised, unprepared for such speed. At that moment, Wuzing landed a punch and began his count from 1. With a confident gaze, he prepared for the second blow and unleashed a hail of punches until the count reached 6. Then, something strange happened. His attacks began missing the weak points. Looking up, he realized the woman had tied him with purple energy wires. Enraged, he wondered when the villain's accomplice had managed to do that. Taking advantage of the distraction, the sword demon retrieved his weapon. In the next instant, he pierced Wuzing's chest. Seriously injured, the warrior suffered massive damage from the attack. The swordsman coldly declared that the reign of the King of Fists ended there. With a look of triumph, he stared down at his nearly powerless opponent. But Wuzing surprised him, grabbing the blade with his bare hand. Alarm spread across the enemy's face as the fighter released one final burst of energy. The sword demon watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile. He then approached the fallen body and praised the Fist King's skill. The explosion left behind a massive crater and a path of destruction. The woman joined her partner and commented that the situation had been extremely dangerous. The villain bent down to mock the warrior in his final moments. But Wuzing summoned his last strength to deliver one final punch to the enemy's face. With that, he completed his 10th blow, leaving the enemy in complete shock. The hero felt his life slipping away and accepted that his reign as the King of Fists had come to an end. In his final thoughts, he regretted one thing he couldn't do. He had wanted to strike the enemy one more time before his journey ended. And so, Dan Wuzing, the King of Fists, was defeated by the demonic faction. Meanwhile, in a safe house on Joa Mountain, something strange was taking place. A mysterious crow watched a young woman inside one of the rooms. Suddenly, someone inside woke up, frightened and disoriented. The young girl ran over in a panic to check on her master. She asked again about his condition, while the man looked around, confused, wondering where he was. He glanced down at his body and questioned whether anyone had tended to his wounds. The man touched his head and looked confused about his current situation. He realized that he had no injuries, and the girl addressed him as Young Master. He accepted the water, but found the title of First Young Master strange. When he looked in the mirror, he saw an unfamiliar face staring back and wondered why he was being called that. Holding the cup, he examined his new hands and noticed how different they appeared. Suddenly, he was startled by his own reflection and jumped back. In a panic, he desperately tried to remove what he believed was a mask from his face. But as he touched his skin, he found no seams and understood that it was truly his face. He stood in shock, while the girl silently watched, unable to make sense of his reaction. Seeing his distress, She quickly said she would call a doctor. Left alone, the fighter continued staring at his hands, still unable to accept what was happening. The girl walked away, confused by how strangely her master was behaving. He began to think through the situation and concluded that not even the demonic faction could have done something like this. Looking at his reflection again, he questioned who the person in the mirror really was and decided he needed to investigate the truth. Attempting to test the new body's movements, he tried to stand but stumbled and nearly fell, unfamiliar with how it moved. He grumbled that the body was too weak, comparing it to a baby deer. Frustrated, he slumped into a chair and called the new body complete trash. At that moment, his attention was drawn to some papers on the table that mentioned a group of merchants. He recognized the name of the large Inhum merchant group. As he read through the documents, he noticed they were addressed to someone named Li Jin. It became clear that the body he now inhabited belonged to Li Jin-un, the eldest son of the household. Scanning the letters, he saw that the requests were mostly about money, gambling, and women. From this, he concluded that the former owner of the body had been a complete failure. He ruled out witchcraft or the use of a mask, and he felt no strange energy within the body. The pieces began to fall into place, and he started to suspect he had been reincarnated. Sitting at the table, he began to wonder if he had completely lost his mind. Just then, a loud call for the first young master echoed through the room. His personal doctor rushed in, asking if he was all right. The hero felt uneasy and wondered who the man was. The doctor explained that he had heard something was wrong. Seizing the moment, the doctor grabbed the young master's wrist to check his pulse. The warrior replied that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry. The doctor was relieved and said he had prepared the usual meal. When the dish was brought out, the hero recognized it immediately as refreshing chicken soup. He knew the soup was good for healthy people, but would be harmful to the body he now possessed. He recalled how the old man had checked his pulse and found it odd that he looked so healthy. The doctor cheerfully claimed that the soup would make him as strong as the young men participating in the upcoming martial arts competition. Curious, the hero asked about the competition and was shocked to learn that 200 years had passed. Processing this information, he refused the soup, claiming he had no appetite. He then sent the doctor away, saying he wanted to return to sleep. Thinking to himself, he calculated that if the competition was nearing its 200th edition, then it hadn't been long since his death. That realization brought him some relief. He concluded that the demonic faction likely still existed. He also began to suspect the doctor and others around him, convinced they were people who deserved a beating. With fierce determination in his eyes, he silently vowed revenge. This time, he would finish all of them with a single punch. Later, a table full of appetizing food was set before him. The servants whispered among themselves, surprised by how much the young master was eating now, so unlike before. The hero returned from a walk looking much healthier than before. Entering the room, he complimented the girls for preparing the meal and requested that meals remain simple like this from now on. The servants continued to whisper, amazed at the change in him. While he was eating, Dr. Gong Sunming called to him from outside. The hero felt annoyed by the interruption, but allowed the man to enter. The old doctor came in with a grim expression while the servants bowed politely. The hero found the doctor's attitude amusing, noting how rude he was despite his formal entrance. But then the doctor's face suddenly shifted into a forced smile as he greeted the young master with enthusiasm. Wuzing didn't understand the sudden change in behavior and decided to trap the doctor. He calmly asked what the doctor wanted. The older man stood there, speechless. The gentleman said he had come out of loneliness and remarked that his effort had been in vain, since the young master appeared healthy. With an ironic smile, the protagonist questioned what kind of effort he was referring to. He then asked if that effort had been an attempt to poison him with the soup. The doctor stood in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. He tried to defend himself, insisting that the soup was a nutritious tonic. But the hero continued provoking him, saying he thought it was poison meant for someone in his condition. The doctor grew furious and reminded the young man that he was his personal physician. Realizing he was no longer welcome, the gentleman turned to leave the room. However, the warrior suddenly called him by name, making the doctor visibly nervous. With an intimidating gaze, he asked who the true master of the house was. The doctor cringed, recognizing that he had crossed the line with his earlier behavior. Then the hero broke the tension with a laugh and said it was just a joke. After that, he asked the doctor to bring the writing tools. Once ready, he ordered the man to write a letter as he dictated the words. The first line stated that he would stay in the village due to his illness. But when the warrior continued dictating, the doctor stopped writing and scowled. The hero noticed the hesitation and asked why he had stopped. The doctor tried to cover it up and replied with feigned confusion, asking what the young master meant. Suddenly, a small gold bar flew through the air and slammed into the wall, narrowly grazing the doctor's neck and leaving him terrified. With a serious expression, the hero warned him that he was no longer the same Lee Jin-un from the past. The doctor, alarmed, asked what the young master meant by that. The boy began to explain everything, starting with the dragon phoenix soup. He said that for healthy people, the dish could serve as an invigorating tonic. But for someone sick like him, it was practically poison. The warrior insisted that a real physician should have known this. The doctor stood still, quietly analyzing the situation. Then the hero asked whether he had thought the pulse check would go unnoticed. The doctor was even more stunned by that revelation. But the protagonist added that the most important part had yet to come. With no appetite, he ordered everyone to leave the room and take the tonic with them. Looking directly at the doctor, he stated that the man hadn't even managed to hide his intentions. The older gentleman stood glaring at him while holding the bowl of tonic. Knowing the doctor wasn't working alone, the hero told him to write down the name of his boss. The man feigned ignorance, asking how anyone could suspect such a kind soul. The protagonist let out a sigh, exhausted by the doctor's pathetic act. Then the doctor's face twisted, revealing his true nature. With a malicious glint in his eyes, he glared at the hero, who calmly questioned him. The hero declared that the man had finally revealed his true self, and that it had been foolish to even try to appear worthy. At that moment, the villain threatened to eliminate all the servants to silence them forever. He slipped a needle from his sleeve and prepared to attack. But in the blink of an eye, the young master appeared right in front of him. With a swift, accurate strike, the protagonist punched the doctor in the face. Holding a piece of chicken, he warned a man not to get distracted. Then he took a bite from the chicken and added that the doctor shouldn't have let his guard down. Wincing slightly, he muttered about the pain and complained that the body was still far too weak. Determined, the warrior decided he needed to regain his strength as quickly as possible. Once he did, it wouldn't matter if the mastermind behind it all was the Yunha group. He also planned to investigate Gongsun Meng further in the future. But suddenly, the young master's body began to weaken, and he nearly collapsed. A sharp headache struck him, and he wondered what was happening. A familiar voice cried out desperately, calling for its lord. The image of the doctor flashed in his mind as the voice shouted his name. The hero began to deny what he was seeing, confused by the vivid images. He soon realized that he was experiencing the memories of the real Lee Jin-un. The memories were so sorrowful that a tear ran down his face. At that moment, the warrior finally understood the entire story of the boy whose body he now inhabited. Lee Jin-un was the eldest son of the wealthy Inha merchant group, but he was neither as smart as his second brother nor as strong as his third. He was simply the eldest, a young man without many special talents. To compensate for his shortcomings, he relied on money and immersed himself in a life of pleasure. By the time he realized his mistakes and tried to change, it was already too late. His health had been neglected for far too long. Lee Jin-un came from a small family, which is why he was sent to live in an exile village where no one cared much about him. The warrior thought the real problem at the beginning had been not having the body's memories. But now, with everything cleared up, he could finally focus on his martial arts. He regretted the waste of such a naturally gifted body, but he planned to use his own knowledge to make up for it. Then he paused, struck by a realization. His eyes fell on a pile of coins, and he remembered the elixirs he needed. The former owner of the body had been extremely wealthy and could buy anything he wanted. Thinking of this, the boy remembered the doctor he had defeated and decided that he needed to bury the man. A year passed, and the landscape around the village had completely changed. One day, someone approached the place with firm, determined steps. A man wearing an eye patch greeted the servants, who were surprised by the visit. Introducing himself as Mokinsep, he asked to see young master Lee Jin-un. One of the girls pointed the way with a smile. The guard was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. He could hardly recognize the young master, whose physique had changed drastically. The boy now had a muscular, well-defined body thanks to his intense training. Several seasons had passed since the warrior had begun dedicating himself to growth. During this time, He had manifested his energy core and mastered the arts of survival, including the art of mobility, body art, and the quick step. He had also mastered the 10-phase lightning art, which allowed him to control lightning itself. The hero reflected on how smoothly his training had gone so far. To test his new skills, he performed an impressive acrobatic move. At that moment, a solitary leaf floated down in front of him. Without even moving, it was sliced perfectly in half, a clear sign of how far he had come. Despite all this progress, the warrior still felt that it wasn't enough. Then a voice called his name, breaking his concentration. He turned to see the visitor. The guard introduced himself again as ManhwaCapped, saying it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He handed over a letter from the main clan. Without speaking, the boy extended his hand. ManhwaCapped was shocked and wondered where the weak, fragile young man had gone. As he handed over the letter, he complained that his arm hurt under the young master's grip. The hero simply stared at him in silence. Moments later, the two sat together as the warrior carefully read the letter. It revealed that his father had suddenly collapsed and was now bedridden. The boy noticed the message lacked any clear explanation for the cause of his father's illness. When he asked about it, the guard hesitated before revealing the truth. He explained that the Aoyang clan was responsible, blaming them for absurd protection fees. The hero asked if the Aoyang clan had done anything to justify the tax increases. The guard angrily replied that they had not, calling the other clan dogs. He added that the Little Divinity sect had also tried to impose outrageous taxes. According to him, the Aoyang clan had refused to help and done absolutely nothing in return. Even the captain of the guard had been unable to protest to Aoyang Hu. The hero recognized the name, recalling that Aoyang Hu was a powerful and well-known figure. With a confident smile, the boy asked if the situation would be resolved by dealing with the Aoyang clan. The guard was shocked and admitted there was another reason behind the patriarch's collapse. He revealed that the second and third brothers had drawn swords and fought in front of their father. The protagonist asked if the old man had fainted from rage, and the guard confirmed it. The warrior could hardly believe that his own brothers had fought so recklessly before their father. But he quickly decided that he could no longer sit back and observe. He stood up firmly and handed the letter back, telling the messenger to keep it. With a composed, determined posture, the young master declared that he would personally take care of all family matters. ManhwaCapped was stunned by the complete change in his lord's demeanor. Back at the clan, the guard excitedly reported that Li Jin-un had become a perfect martial artist. But another man, overhearing the story, burst into laughter. With a mocking grin, he scoffed at the idea of a useless Li Jin-un becoming a martial artist. Laughing loudly, he said that if that were true, he himself must be a legendary master. Another nearby man told him to stop joking and try to be a bit more convincing. But deep inside, Han Yip seemed thoughtful as he considered the possibility that the story was true. As the vice captain of the guard squad, he began to wonder if Jin-un had truly recovered his health. He remembered that the young master had always possessed a good physique since childhood. He then asked the guard when the heir planned to return to the clan. Just then, the guard interrupted him and announced that the young master had arrived at that very moment. Han Yip told the others to stop complaining, reminding them that he was the one who fed them and that they should move quickly. Finally returning home, the hero stood before the imposing headquarters of the Inhum merchant group. He was stunned by the grandeur of the estate, thinking to himself how insane it all seemed. The warrior realized that the body's former owner had been even wealthier than he had imagined. He dismissed his servants and said he would go see his father immediately. As he walked alone through the property, he began to reflect. It struck him as odd that no one had come to greet him upon his return. That's when he sensed the presence of several people hiding nearby. Suddenly, numerous guards emerged and surrounded him with swords drawn. They congratulated him on his safe return with an intimidating tone. The man at the front introduced himself as Han Yip, the vice captain of the guard squad. Smiling, the vice captain remarked how unrecognizable the young master had become. He expressed relief at seeing him healthy. Another guard whispered a reminder that the old Jin-un used to look down on and mistreat them. Despite these memories, Han Yip maintained a calm and neutral expression. The guard expected his captain to be humiliated again, but the hero stepped forward confidently. With a smooth motion, with an ironic smile, he thanked everyone for the enthusiastic welcome. The guards were stunned, and Han Yip quickly offered to escort him to his father. Everyone watched in disbelief. unable to comprehend how the once useless young master was now greeting them with such poise. Moke and Sep reaffirmed that his master had changed, while another guard admitted it felt like they were meeting a stranger. From a distance, Han Yeep watched the young master closely, his expression thoughtful and curious. He gave a small smile, mentally noting how the boy now seemed more like an ally than ever before. Upon arriving at the door, the vice captain paused to speak. He informed the protagonist that the clan leader had already been notified of his arrival. The warrior nodded and thanked him. His younger brother suddenly appeared behind him. With a casual, mocking attitude, the younger one couldn't resist taunting. He called attention to the scene with a sarcastic remark, clearly trying to stir trouble. Both the guard captain and the protagonist turned to look at him. The younger brother then stepped closer, placing a hand on his older brother's shoulder. His touch wasn't friendly. It was filled with arrogance, meant to provoke. With a smug expression on his face, he insulted the protagonist by throwing out an old nickname, mocking him as the perverted Jin Ian, a label meant to belittle and shame. Without stopping, the younger brother continued his verbal jabs. He made fun of the protagonist's facial expression, claiming it looked like he had completely changed and even had the nerve to glare now, something he found laughable. As he spoke, he pressed down harder on the protagonist's shoulder, trying to assert dominance. The guard captain, observing the tension, became nervous. He thought to himself that this was going to get ugly again, just when the protagonist had returned. Trying to defuse the situation, the captain stepped in and gently removed the younger brother's hand from the protagonist's shoulder. He attempted to lighten the mood, joking that the two brothers were finally reunited after such a long time and must be overjoyed to see each other. But the younger brother didn't take it well. He slapped the captain across the face without hesitation, annoyed and offended. With a sharp glare, he demanded to know how the captain dared to touch him without permission. Watching this, the protagonist began to feel irritated. Meanwhile, the younger brother wasn't finished. With a threatening glare, he looked between the captain and his older brother and snarled that dealing with one worthless fool was already bad enough. But now even the vice captain seemed to be disrespecting him. The protagonist didn't respond. He stayed calm, simply looking back at his younger brother. But that only fueled the younger one's arrogance. He pushed further, asking if he should teach the protagonist a lesson so intense that he'd never even dare to meet his gaze again. Just then, something shifted. The protagonist gently raised his hand and rested it on his brother's cheek. He softly called his name, Ja Ian. Annoyed by the gesture, Ja Ian tried to respond with more venom. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Ja Ian fell to the ground, shocked. He looked up in disbelief, demanding to know what the hell had just happened. But the protagonist ignored his outburst. Instead, he crouched down, placed a firm hand on Ja Ian's shoulder, and gripped it tightly. As pain shot through him, Ja Ian cried out, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in power. The protagonist calmly confessed that he had been excited on his way here, perhaps even looking forward to this moment. As the grip tightened further, Ja Ian, in pain and rage, cursed and shouted, calling his brother a completely insane bastard. Outside, the sounds of the scuffle echoed through the corridors of the large estate. A man wearing glasses appeared, confused by the noise. This was Liu Eun, the second son. He asked what was going on, and Han Yeep quickly explained the fight between the brothers. Liu immediately assumed that the third brother had been harassing the eldest again. He shouted at the guards, demanding to know why they hadn't stopped the fight sooner. But the protagonist turned to his younger brother and told him to be quiet. They were standing in front of their father's room. Just then, a weak voice called out Liu's name from within the room. What Wyan and the others saw next left them stunned. Outside their father's room, Wang stood calmly, holding their eldest brother in place. Yan was struggling, but Wang had completely subdued him without breaking a sweat. From within the room, a voice called out to Wyan, but he couldn't respond. His mind was still reeling from the sight of Wang's dominance. Nothing about what he was seeing matched what he had expected. The scene shifted to a more composed setting. A quiet room awaited with a steaming teapot on the table, its gentle heat contrasting the underlying tension in the air. Hyan now sat at the head of the table, silent and observant. Wang stood beside a kneeling and restrained Yan, his expression calm and confident, wearing a faint, knowing smile. Hyan took a sip of tea and casually remarked on Wang's return, noting that he appeared to be in good health. He paid no attention to Yan's condition. Wang confirmed that he was indeed well, meeting Hyan's gaze with steady confidence. The overseer then raised his bandaged hand, pointing it out and questioning whether Wang had caused the injury. Before Hyan could explain or wave it off, Wang turned toward Hyan again and landed a sharp, calculated strike across his face. Hyan was forced to endure the pain in silence, completely powerless under Wang's authority. Wang then issued a cold warning to Hyan about the consequences of disrespect. Hyan, shaken and bruised, quickly accepted his position, though his mind was in turmoil. He couldn't understand how his older brother, once weak and pathetic, had overpowered him so easily. A brief memory surfaced in Hyan's mind, a flashback to when things were the opposite. Back then, he was the one who tormented Wang, who was then known as Jin Ian. But now, the roles had completely reversed. Hyan, watching quietly, understood what had happened. Wang had truly humbled the arrogant third brother. Curious, Hyan pressed Wang for details about this transformation. Wang answered calmly, clearly proud of how far he'd come. As Wang glanced around the room, his eyes landed on a stack of scrolls sitting on the table. Hyan explained that they were the employee lists for an upcoming conference. But Wang was already reaching for them, picking one up and unrolling it with deliberate motion. He scanned the list, letting his finger glide down the names until a realization hit him. A smirk spread across his face. All the key guards had been recommended by the same individual, someone from the Iang clan. The pattern was too precise to be a coincidence. Without waiting, Wang turned to his brothers, his voice taking on a tone of sharp accusation. He directly asked if either of them had ties to the Iang clan. Hyan was too stunned to reply, and Hyan immediately panicked, denying everything in a frantic voice. Both brothers reacted with disbelief, protesting the accusation and calling it absurd. They insisted that they were loyal, that they'd never betray the family or their father's business. They swore to protect everything, no matter the cost. Wang took their responses in stride, clearly satisfied. With a cool remark, he noted that their loyalty had saved him the effort of dealing with them further. He then shifted focus to the upcoming conference, confirming with Hyan that all the high-ranking officials would be present. Once Hyan affirmed it, Wang made his own announcement. He would be attending the meeting himself. Then, without waiting for questions or objections, he turned to leave, stating plainly that he was going to see their father. His calm authority left his brothers speechless. As Wang exited, Hyan broke the silence. He demanded to know what had happened back at the safe house, unable to make sense of Wang's new power. Hyan, overwhelmed with frustration, completely lost his composure. He screamed in anger, tormented by regret over a past decision that now haunted him deeply. Meanwhile, Wang arrived at his father's quarters. A voice from within gave him permission to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and heavy. Wang approached the bedside of Liang Min, the head of the Yuna merchant group, who looked weak and frail. His father acknowledged his presence quietly, then asked about the noise from earlier. Wang dismissed it with a calm reassurance, downplaying the situation. Instead, he brought up his father's health, which Liang Min attributed to the weight of stress and pressure. As Liang Min looked into Wang's eyes, he studied his son's face closely. The changes were undeniable. There was strength and confidence where there had once been hesitation. For a moment, the old man questioned whether the person standing before him was truly his son at all. Despite the lingering suspicion in his eyes, Liang Min looked genuinely pleased to see Wang standing strong and healthy. It was an expression of warmth that Wang hadn't anticipated. In fact, it caught him off guard. The contrast between what he had expected and what he received was too stark to ignore. As the moment lingered, a memory surfaced within Wang, a haunting fragment of his former life. He remembered the cold, distant world he had come from. Back then, he was an orphan, untouched by a father's love, shaped by hardship and emotional isolation. The concept of paternal affection was foreign to him. It wasn't part of his reality. Yet Jinian's memories, those belonging to the original son, painted a different picture. The bond between his father and son had once been rich with connection, though now aged and strained. Wang looked down at the frail hand resting in his own. There was a softness to the moment as he gently gripped it, his expression deep and contemplative. His father, once a towering figure of strength and command, now lay worn and diminished, consumed by illness. It stirred something strange inside Wang, something he wasn't used to. He tightened his hold slightly, not out of force, but out of something more conflicted. A mix of unfamiliar emotions swirled in him. Then, he quietly reassured his father, speaking of lightening his burden. He hinted at a solution to his father's overwhelming stress, and though his tone remained composed, a sinister glint danced in his eyes. Liang Min furrowed his brow at the cryptic remark, his instincts sensing something unsettling. But Wang dismissed his concern with a warm, disarming smile, carefully veiling his true thoughts. Still, the old man couldn't shake the unease creeping over him. His son was different, there was no denying it now. The next day, the Manhwa Merchant Group's conference commenced. The room was filled with tension and ambition, none more apparent than an Yang, who arrived with his usual smugness. He took his seat with a self-satisfied grin, immediately surrounded by his loyal men. When one of them spotted Wang sitting confidently in attendance, he whispered the news to his leader. Yang's brow lifted ever so slightly at the sight, a calculating look overtaking his face. Wang, however, sat unfazed, composed, commanding. He didn't flinch at the whispers or the puzzled glances from the other members, who were clearly unsettled by his unexpected presence. To them, he was still the once weak son, and his attendance at such a high-level meeting didn't make sense. Yang scoffed inwardly, writing Wang off as a desperate man clawing at relevance. He viewed the appearance as nothing more than a weak attempt to gain favor, a last-ditch effort to remain standing in a game far bigger than him. Meanwhile, Han took charge at the front of the room, trying to carry the meeting forward. He asked if there were any objections to the current topic on the table. Just as he was about to move on, a hand went up. Bold, unexpected, it was Yang. With calculated confidence, Yang took the opportunity to speak, offering what he claimed was the perfect candidate to serve as Wang's personal guard. The move was transparently political, another attempt by the Yang clan to extend their influence deeper into the group. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the room. Some of the members grumbled openly, clearly frustrated by Yang's relentless power grabs. One member was so startled by the brazenness of the suggestion that he crushed the teacup in his hand. Embarrassed, he quickly blamed it on a slip, though it was obvious the tension had gotten to him. Yang offered a fake apology, feigning politeness, but his eyes betrayed him. He was enjoying every second of the discomfort in the room. He then challenged the assembly, daring anyone to oppose his nomination. The room went quiet. He smirked, clearly expecting no one to answer. But just as he began to bask in the silence, a single voice broke through. Across the room, Wang raised his hand. All eyes snapped to him. With unshakable confidence, he calmly stated that he had objections to the current proceedings. Then, rising from his seat, he locked eyes with Yang and made his own proposal, direct and explosive. He called for the dismissal of Aryan Ho, the current guard squad leader. The room exploded into chaos. Yang's supporters burst into laughter, mocking the proposal as pure nonsense. One of them openly jeered, treating the idea as if it were a poorly timed joke. Yang himself laughed dryly, questioning whether Wang had lost his mind. He sneered at the idea, taunting Wang for forgetting his place. To Yang, Wang had no power, no right, and certainly no authority to make such declarations. Wang didn't respond to Yang's mocking tone with words. He simply smiled. His expression alone was enough to shake the air, daring Yang to keep talking. In a blink, Wang channeled a surge of raw energy into his fist. Without warning, he lunged forward, slamming his knuckles into the ground. The entire floor erupted beneath him, a violent explosion of debris and force that shook the room to its core. As dust and stone rained down, Wang stood tall in the center of the destruction, staring down at his completely stunned rival. Yang could barely breathe, his eyes wide with disbelief as sweat dripped from his forehead. The sheer power Wang had just displayed left him paralyzed. With an icy gaze and clenched fists, Wang made a bold declaration. The Manhwa Merchant Group belonged to him now. He turned his back on the room and began walking away, the silence behind him heavy and stunned. Hyan, still in shock, called out, questioning the recklessness of Wang's challenge. But Wang didn't stop. Instead, he turned slightly and called back to Hyan, asking what happens when a martial artist is underestimated. A smirk played on his lips, sharp and knowing. He answered his own question, the one making assumptions gets devoured. Then, he gestured toward the gathered crowd, directing Hyan's attention to something more urgent. Their merchant group, Wang pointed out, was already rotting from within. Ayang's people were everywhere. Wyan followed his gaze, his eyes widening in alarm as he finally noticed the sheer number of Ayang clan members surrounding them. Wang stepped closer and firmly gripped his brother's shoulder. He told him not to worry. As the older brother, he'd handle everything. Hyan was left speechless, trying to grasp what Wang meant by handling it. His brother's methods were unpredictable, chaotic even. The scene flashed back to the wreckage. Amid the dust and shattered floor, Wyan's thoughts spun. He demanded to know what Wang's violent display meant. Now, armed men were closing in, surrounding Wang. A few of Ayang's subordinates sneered, assuming the so-called troublemaker had finally lost control. But before they could act, one of Wang's loyal guards stepped forward, furious. He placed himself between Wang and the attackers, declaring their actions a disgrace. Drawing weapons on the young master was beyond insolence. In moments, Wang's personal guards formed a defensive line. Despite being outnumbered, their resolve was unshakable. Wang stood at the center, cold and still. With a quiet voice, he agreed their enemies were out of line, lifting his head with open contempt. The air grew thick as Wang stared into their eyes, questioning how they could dare threaten their own employer. Even his own guards were caught off guard by the intensity of their master's presence. Wang calmly commented that his enemies must have a death wish. From a distance, Ayang observed everything unfold. He casually offered compensation to the opposing guard captain, a thinly veiled bribe. But Wang met his gaze with a smirk. He said he wasn't sorry for the chaos, only for utterly ruining Ayang's plans. Then his voice sharpened. He revealed the truth. During his recovery, Ayang had hired a physician, an assassin, meant to kill him. But the plan had failed. Wang went further. He exposed Ayang's entire strategy, how he had manipulated the brothers from the shadows, hoping to fracture them. With the siblings turned against each other, the Ayang clan would have seized control of the merchant group like puppeteers pulling strings. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, but Ayang didn't flinch. He erupted into derisive laughter, brushing off the accusation as delusion. Wang took a step forward, his presence heavier than ever. He was just getting started. With a calm but piercing voice, he dropped the final bombshell. The assassin sent to eliminate him had already been dealt with by his own hand. The room fell silent again. Ayang reached out in disbelief. He looked him in the eye and calmly confirmed it. He had swiftly eliminated the assassin. Wang stood calmly. He openly mocked his rival, pointing out the glaring flaws in his clumsy, half-formed takeover attempt. His words stung, and Ayang's composure finally cracked under the weight of humiliation. Fueled by fury, Ayang gathered a surge of energy into his fist. The air around him crackled as raw power coiled in his arm, and he stepped forward with murderous intent. But Wang didn't flinch. He simply watched the incoming blow with a knowing smirk. This was exactly what he wanted. Ayang lunged, unleashing a savage, energy-infused punch aimed directly at Wang. In response, Wang summoned his own vibrant blue energy, meeting the attack head-on. The two fists collided with a thunderous explosion of light and force, sending shockwaves through the conference chamber. Ayang was thrown backward, pain surging through his arm as it trembled from the impact. He stared at Wang in disbelief, the realization dawning. Wang had mastered a formidable martial art. The sheer force of the exchange left no room for doubt. His own guards, witnessing this display, stood frozen. None of them had known the depth of their master's strength. Wang tilted his head with a playful smirk and casually asked if it was really okay to hit someone fresh out of recovery. Then, with a mocking chuckle, he added that if the duel was official, then surely everything was fair game. Ayang's face twisted with rage as he sensed his rival's confidence bleeding into every word. Seeing their captain challenged so brazenly, Ayang's men quickly jumped in, shouting to declare the battle an official duel, with the entire room as witnesses. The guard captain grinned, thinking Wang had been cornered by the formal terms. But Wang simply adjusted his robes with calm precision, shaking his head. He rejected the offer flatly. He wanted none of their rules. Instead, he raised his fist and demanded a life-or-death duel, no constraints. Ayang's expression shifted. He begrudgingly acknowledged Wang's advanced skills, assuming the strength came from training under some prestigious sect. Without another word, he rushed in, declaring that Wang's inexperience would be his downfall. But the moment Ayang's leg came flying, Wong moved with elegant precision, effortlessly parrying the kick. He smirked and mocked his opponent, questioning what exactly counted as experience in his eyes. Ayang's disbelief deepened as Wong stood there, crackling with lightning, dismissing the lecture on experience entirely. Then, with a sudden motion, Wong fired a devastating counterattack. Ayang's body was launched across the room, a blur of limbs as he crashed into the ground, completely overpowered. Blood stained his lips as Ayang struggled to process what just happened. Wong approached, his smirk deepening, now ready to deliver a true lesson in combat. Activating his enlightened mobility art, Wong distorted the space around him, blinking forward at impossible speed. In an instant, he was in front of Ayang. Ayang barely had time to raise his sword before Wong's hand caught it mid-swing. Sparks exploded as flesh met steel, but Wong didn't budge. With one swift motion, he deflected the blade entirely, forcing Ayang backward. His boots carved trenches into the ground as he fought to stay upright. The duel intensified. Blow after blow, the two clashed in a blur of strikes, each movement laced with lethal precision. But Ayang was slipping. He barely managed to block the next strike, and in that instant, he understood something was terribly wrong. The way Wong moved, the timing, the power, the footwork, none of it aligned with a novice. It wasn't just raw strength. It was technique refined through brutal mastery. Ayang suddenly felt as though he were facing not a young upstart, but a seasoned martial grandmaster. Unwilling to accept the truth, Ayang pushed down the fear rising inside him. With a snarl, he summoned his energy once more, readying a desperate counterattack. His men, watching anxiously from the sidelines, erupted in cheers. They were certain their captain was about to unleash his finishing move. Ayang gathered every ounce of strength he had left, channeling it into his most powerful technique. The three-form sword arc his pride burned hotter than ever. The thought of being defeated by someone he considered a mere brat was unbearable. With fury coursing through him, he lunged forward, unleashing a rapid, energy-infused sword strike meant to end the duel once and for all. But in the blink of an eye, Wong vanished from his sight. Ayang's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't track him. Before he could even turn, Wong reappeared behind him, glowing fist already poised. With a chilling calm, Wong delivered a final, devastating blow. Ayang's face twisted in agony as the force slammed into him. His body was lifted off the ground, sent flying backward like a ragdoll, crashing into the floor with bone-rattling impact. Silence fell across the battlefield. Onlookers stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. No one had expected the once-dismissed Wong to hold such overwhelming power. One of Ayang's men rushed forward, horrified by the captain's condition. Meanwhile, far from the chaos, the scene shifted to a peaceful room overlooking a serene landscape. Inside, a tenant respectfully offered a drink to an older man, possibly Liang Min, the merchant group's head. The old man paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he absorbed the news of the duel. Hands clasped in front of him, he reflected quietly, the weight of realization settling on him. Something about his son, Wong, had become undeniably clear. Back at the battlefield, Wong stood tall over his defeated opponent. His expression remained calm and resolute. Ayang lay broken on the ground, his body limp and battered from a single, decisive blow. His subordinates swarmed to him in panic, shouting in desperation. One of the men glared up at Wong in disbelief, but Wong met the gaze coldly and asked if he too wanted to share his captain's fate. The man hesitated, then swallowed his anger. Cradling his injured leader, he grudgingly acknowledged that the duel had been fair and free from interference. But then his voice turned low and threatening. He warned Wong that this victory came at a steep price. The Ayang clan would not forget this humiliation. They would drag the Yuna merchant group into endless revenge and political sabotage through every deceptive means available. Wong remained unmoved. He replied without hesitation that he had never expected a life without conflict. This path was his choice. He laid out his codes simply. Kindness would be returned in kind, and grudges would be paid back equally. He made it clear that this duel and everything that followed was his personal responsibility, not the merchant group's. That declaration sent a chill through his brother, who cried out in alarm, realizing the danger Wong had just chosen to face alone. But Wong was unwavering. He He announced with full conviction that the Yuna merchant group belonged to him now. Recalling his father's gentle smile, he spoke of the group not only as a business, but as a legacy entrusted to him, a responsibility he would protect no matter what. He honored the loyal guards who had stood by him even when he was treated as a discarded heir. He spoke of the humble servants who had cared for him without hesitation. For them, and for everything the merchant group stood for, he vowed that it would never again be manipulated by men like Yang. His voice turned cold. He stared directly at the intruders and ordered them to leave. They were all fired. Silence fell once again as Wang's brother and remaining companions stood dumbfounded by the sheer force of his declaration. The Yang clan members returned his glare, fury blazing in their eyes, but they said nothing. With clenched jaws and bitter hearts, they turned and began their retreat. One among them, quieter than the rest, offered a rare and sincere farewell, wishing Wang well in the days ahead. Now alone in the chamber, Wang faced the people who had witnessed everything. The battle was over. He stood not just as a victor, but as the new, undisputed leader of the Yuna merchant group. His brother, still trying to process it all, stared blankly at the destruction and the man at its center. One of Wang's loyal guards suddenly burst into cheers, elated, but his friend quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Their commander turned sharply toward them, scolding their lack of restraint, though his expression betrayed something else, a rare mix of pride and relief. Wang's attention shifted to the chief administrator, who flinched slightly as he was suddenly addressed. With a commanding gesture, he demanded an elixir, requesting that it be taken from the merchant group's funds. After all, if he was going to shoulder this mountain of responsibility, the least he deserved was a tonic to help him recover. The administrator lit up with enthusiasm, bowing deeply. He promised to retrieve the finest tonic available, nothing less for the new leader of the Yuna merchant group. Wang, standing firm as the new head of the Yuna merchant group, begins assigning responsibilities with sharp precision. He outlines the administrator's new duties, emphasizing the urgent need to hire a completely new guard squad. His tone leaves no room for negotiation. The old system is being torn down. The scene then shifts to a peaceful estate bathed in the golden hues of sunset. Inside, a relaxed man sits comfortably between two imposing figures, sipping tea. As Wang speaks, he mentions already having candidates in mind. The man seated with him arches a brow, asking for confirmation, brings up the name Leginian. The man's interest sharpens immediately. The narrative flashes back to a few days prior, on Leginian's very first day at the merchant group. Night has fallen, and Leginian walks calmly through the estate grounds, accompanied by his subordinate. His eyes are sharp, scanning every detail around him with a measured, thoughtful gaze. As they pass the vice captain, Leginian casually asks if the man has had a meal yet. The surprised officer admits he's been working non-stop since sunrise, with no time to eat. Leginian doesn't respond immediately. He simply files the information away with a knowing look. A sly grin creeps across his face, hinting at the gears already turning in his mind. He then turns his gaze downward from a balcony, watching a cluster of guards fooling around while on duty. The contrast is obvious. Where the vice captain was dutiful and focused, these men were lazy and indifferent. Leginian quietly unclenches his fist. He's already made up his mind. These freeloaders need to go. But he also knows the harder part isn't firing them. The real challenge is replacing them with people who are actually worth something. His subordinate, watching the changes in his expression, finally begins to understand just how large and calculated Leginian's plan truly is. Their search leads them to a bustling, lantern-lit establishment filled with smoke, noise, and laughter, a den for gamblers, drinkers, and rough types. Exactly the sort of men Leginian is looking for. Inside, one especially loud man enjoys a smoke, completely oblivious to the eyes watching him. Some patrons recognize Leginian instantly. They snicker among themselves, calling him the merchant group's famous pushover. Their tones are mocking, but Leginian doesn't flinch. He stands with his hands clasped calmly behind his back, surveying the room like a general analyzing a battlefield. He turns, gaze sharp and predatory, and begins walking toward a roped-off area marked restricted. A large bouncer, armed with a trident, stands in front of a set of ornate double doors. The bouncer smirks at his approach, mockingly greeting him as young master. expecting yet another bribe or groveling favor. But Li Jinian's expression turns cold. He dismisses the man's familiarity and commands him to open the door. The bouncer, caught off guard, sputters in disbelief as Li Jinian brushes past him without hesitation. His firm stride signals a dramatic shift. This is not the same man they once knew. Inside the private room, the rowdy atmosphere quiets as the occupants notice Li Jinian's entrance. Their leader, Como, greets him with a smug grin. But when his eyes meet Li Jinian's, he senses something is different. Li Jinian stares back with icy resolve. Two bald men, Yuk Jimbo and Yakiongo, offer a cold, dismissive welcome. Como scolds them with mock concern, scolding their lack of hospitality and putting on an exaggerated show of care for his old friend. He forces a laugh, acting as though they all share a warm bond. A flashback surfaces. A younger Li Jinian appears, visibly distressed, while a teenage Como stands above him with cruel authority. The memory is bitter. Their friendship had always been one-sided. Como used him, mocked him, and took advantage of his family name and resources. Back in the present, Li Jinian studies their faces in silence. He watches the lies play out, pondering what they even think friendship means. Como then tosses him a bag of coins with a smug grin, telling him to have fun, his tone dripping with condescension. He laughs about finally having his favorite pushover back, promising a big treat, all at Li Jinian's expense. But this time, Li Jinian doesn't play along. His silence unnerves Como. The room grows tense. Como frowns, uncomfortable with the uncharacteristic lack of response. But Li Jinian breaks the quiet in a chilling tone, stating he's simply deep in thought. His gaze narrows. With calm menace, he admits he's contemplating whether or not to end Como's life right then and there. Internally, Li Jinian clarifies his true target. It's not Como, not directly. His real concern is the twin brothers beside him. They're the true muscle behind Como's operation. From the way they carry themselves, Li Jinian understands they're little more than hired fists. Thugs living in Como's shadow, loyal only to his coin. Li Jinian studied the two enforcers closely, picturing them in their element, brutal, efficient, and unquestioning in their loyalty. They were clearly skilled men, but he couldn't help thinking their talents were utterly wasted under someone like Como. While their leader reaped all the benefits, these brothers did the dirty work, little more than tools in the hands of a man who had no true respect for them. Having reached a firm conclusion, Li Jinian finally acknowledged Como's repeated questioning. He turned to him with a radiant, confident smile and extended his hand. His first demand, the vault key. Como and his henchmen stared blankly, completely thrown off by the sudden and unexpected request. The gang leader scoffed at the absurdity of it, waving it off like a joke and assuming this was just another round of begging for pocket change. But Li Jinian nodded calmly, replying that cash would suffice for now. With chilling precision, he began listing out every single coin they had extorted from him over the years. Forced investments, rigged games, even exaggerated medical bills. As he reached the end of his calculations, he concluded the total debt, 100,000 Niang. He then paused, tilting his head slightly, wondering aloud if perhaps he was being too lenient. Como barely held back a laugh. He covered his mouth as his shoulders shook, trying not to burst outright. But soon enough, he erupted in hysterical laughter, slapping the table in disbelief. To him, this was pure comedy. Through tears of laughter, he mockingly praised Li Jinian's sudden mastery of mathematics. Still chuckling, he leaned forward and sneered, calling Li Jinian a complete madman. His tone shifted. Como now spoke with dark amusement, boasting that the vault didn't just contain money, it held a fortune in jewels and precious metals. He took a deliberate step closer, amusement giving way to menace. He got in Li Jinian's face and growled that none of it was meant for him. With a sneer, he offered Li Jinian a patronizing loan, mockingly asking where all this vault talk was coming from. Li Jinian remained stoically silent. Annoyed, Como grabbed his chin, trying to provoke a reaction. Still, Li Jinian did not flinch. His silence only agitated the gang leader further. Como's expression twisted in frustration. His voice rose to a furious snarl as he demanded to know why Li Jinian was ignoring him. Spit flying, he ranted about the complete transformation, from a weak, fragile patient to someone who dared scowl at him. Then, completely losing his composure, he grabbed Li Jinian and shouted, trying to remind him of his place. But Li Jinian stayed calm, exhaling slowly. His poise remained untouched, even as Como tightened his grip and barked threats at him. Finally fed up with the lack of response, Como shouted for his henchmen to put him back in his place. One of the bald twins stepped forward without hesitation and slammed Li Jinyan's head onto the table, expecting an immediate submission. But something fell off. As he held him down, a bead of sweat began to trickle down the enforcer's face. Li Jinyan wasn't reacting, not even flinching. He wasn't resisting, but he also wasn't yielding. A smirk spread across Li Jinyan's lips. He muttered that he had tried to show them kindness. Then, in one swift and explosive motion, he shattered the enforcer's grip and flipped the large man clean over his shoulder, slamming him hard into the ground. The room erupted into stunned silence. But before he could react, Li Jinyan was already moving. He pivoted and sprang forward with incredible speed, using the table as a springboard. With perfect aim, he launched a devastating kick straight into the second brother's midsection. The blow landed hard, utterly destroying his guard and sending him hurtling across the room. Li Jinyan landed gracefully, casting a glance over his shoulder, faintly surprised at how smoothly it had all gone. The first twin groaned and pushed himself to his hands and knees. The second staggered back to his feet, refusing to stay down. Li Jinyan observed them quietly. He noted the swelling wrists, the awkward stance. They were clearly injured. But even through the pain, neither showed an ounce of fear. Only fierce, unshakable determination. A confident smirk formed on Li Jinyan's face. He recognized their spirit. They were real fighters. Ignoring their wounds, the brothers roared and launched a coordinated charge at him, moving in perfect sync. Li Jinyan readied himself. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The twins froze, their attacks swinging through empty air. They looked around, bewildered. Then, he reappeared right behind them. Before they could turn, he seized both their heads with a crushing grip, completely halting their momentum. His smile widened just slightly. Their strength was admirable, but they lacked leadership. With no hesitation, he slammed their heads together with brutal force, dropping both enforcers to the ground instantly. As their unconscious bodies hit the floor, Li Jinyan issued one final, cold warning. And then silence. Only one person remained conscious in the room. Como. He stood frozen, sweat dripping down his face, too stunned to speak. He had just watched his two strongest men get dismantled with ease. Li Jinyan turned his attention to him with a pleasant smile. Calm, composed, and terrifying, he addressed his dear friend, Miamo. After Li Jin finishes off the guard, he turns to face his friend. His posture is calm, but clearly implies the confrontation isn't over. He's signaling that there's only one thing left to deal with, and it's the person standing in front of him. His friend reacts with alarm, the realization hitting him that he's next. The sudden shift in power makes him nervous and panicked. Li Jin then casually rubs his hands and closes his eyes, smiling as if this situation is lighthearted, but the smile is sharp, like a predator playing with its prey. He addresses his friend directly, but the tone makes it clear this is personal. The friend responds with feigned innocence and light sarcasm. He tries to downplay the situation, almost jokingly suggesting that Li Jin should have told him about his training. It's a weak attempt to defuse the tension and pretend this is just a misunderstanding between friends. But Li Jin's expression shifts into something colder. His response is laced with quiet intensity. He's essentially telling his friend that he expected better, that someone like him should have seen this coming. It's a warning and a judgment at the same time. Meanwhile, the friend is hiding a knife behind his back. His tone shifts from nervous politeness to open desperation. He tries to halt Li Jin's approach, pretending he wants to talk things out, but internally, he's cursing the situation and gearing up for an ambush. As he launches forward, his thoughts are cocky. He still underestimates Li Jin, believing he's just a weakling pretending to be tough. He thinks a surprise attack will end things instantly. But before he can land a blow, Li Jin counters decisively. A table slams into his friend's face, followed by Li Jin smashing the table apart and grabbing him by the head. After seizing control, Li Jin calmly follows up with an electric attack. He could have killed him, but didn't. Outside the room, a guard hears the chaos and panics. He hides himself, thinking that things have escalated far beyond what's normal. The situation is dangerous, and someone could genuinely die. Back inside, Li Jin releases his friend, who drops to the floor in a daze. Li Jin sits beside him, composed but focused, as if watching a dying ember flicker. He tries to jolt his friend back to awareness, not out of concern, but control. The friend begins to laugh, not out of joy, but sheer disbelief. It's the kind of unhinged laughter that comes when someone realizes they've completely lost. He then manages to speak weakly, asking what Li Jin wants. He's confused, disoriented, and trying to understand what Li Jin's goal even is. Internally, he's overwhelmed. He starts questioning everything, wondering what Li Jin was really doing during his supposed recovery. He remembers things that suddenly make sense in hindsight, suspecting that Li Jin had been training in secret. The realization hits hard. Maybe all of this was premeditated. Maybe this beatdown wasn't just self-defense, maybe it's revenge. But he can't believe he was bad enough to deserve this. Or at least, that's what he tries to tell himself. The fear builds. He begins to truly wonder if this is the price for his past cruelty. He starts suspecting that Li Jin might have orchestrated all of this, the timing, the attack, the exposure. In an effort to shift the mood, he suddenly stands and acts overly cheerful, a complete 180 from just moments ago. His performance is clearly fake, but he hopes to divert Li Jin's attention. Instead of offering what was demanded, he suggests an alternative, anything really just to stall or misdirect. Li Jin responds with interest, but doesn't make his intentions clear. This ambiguity gives his friend a sliver of hope, which he clings to. Sensing a possible opening, the friend becomes excited. He references their long-standing relationship, appealing to nostalgia and shared history. It's a manipulative move, trying to reframe the conflict as a misunderstanding between old friends rather than consequences for betrayal. Li Jin acknowledges the sentiment in a neutral way, appearing to accept the idea of friendship, but without much emotion. His friend takes this as a good sign, becoming animated, relieved. He even celebrates the moment as a turning point, convinced that things are resolved. He suddenly pulls Li Jin into a hug, acting as if everything's forgiven. His promises to stop bullying and hitting Li Jin feel performative, like lines rehearsed by safety. Not because he means it, but Li Jin's expression doesn't change. He doesn't return the hug or acknowledge the excitement. He simply stares ahead with a flat, disinterested look and says something that makes it clear. His words suggest that the friend's touch and the entire charade disgusts him. Hearing Li Jin's cold rejection, the friend quickly lets go of him and tries to reset the mood with exaggerated optimism. He puts on a wide, glowing smile, acting as if everything's fine now. He insists that they're not just friends, but brothers. His tone is overly dramatic, clearly fake, and meant to cover his fear and shame from earlier. To solidify the performance, he turns to the two guards nearby and loudly orders them to treat Li Jin with reverence. He demands they greet Li Jin as their new big brother and show proper respect, even congratulating him on how much stronger he's become. It's his way of saving face and pretending he's still in control. The guards don't question it. They respond instantly, congratulating Li Jin in a way that's respectful but feels automatic. It's clear they recognize strength and have started to shift loyalty. Internally, however, the so-called friend smirks. His thoughts are full of contempt. He scoffs at the idea of friendship or brotherhood, clearly seeing it all as an act. Deep down, he still views Li Jin as someone who used to crawl at his feet, obedient, weak, and pathetic. In his mind, he's already planning to escape. Once he gets out of this mess, he intends to grab the twins, likely his loyal subordinates or bodyguards, and disappear. He believes that with them by his side, starting fresh somewhere else will be easy. But as he begins to walk away, Li Jin's voice cuts through the room. He calls out to the two guards by name, reminding them that when he swears brotherhood with someone, it's for life, not a passing moment. His tone is heavy, implying a deeper commitment and warning them to consider their stance carefully. The twins immediately turn to look at the friend. Their eyes are uncertain, perhaps even judgmental. They're silently questioning whether they should still trust or follow him. Feeling the pressure and not liking the attention, the friend snaps back. His voice becomes defensive, frustrated. He demands to know why they're looking at him like that, and reminds them loudly that he and Li Jin are sworn brothers now, trying to reassert authority, but it sounds desperate in response. The guards face Li Jin and declare their loyalty to him with complete seriousness. They announce that they'll now follow him as their big brother. It's an official transfer of allegiance. They're no longer under the friend's influence. Seeing the shift, the friend fakes a smile, and pretends to support it. He plays along, complimenting their attitude, but there's no sincerity. Inside, he's boiling. Lee Jin then speaks again, his voice smooth and calm, suggesting everything is settled, but only on the surface. Then, suddenly his tone shifts. It grows darker, more threatening. He states that if they truly are brothers, then it's time to determine who the biggest brother is. With a quiet but unmistakable command, he tells the guards to step outside. Whatever comes next, it's going to be private and decisive. The friend is completely caught off guard. Panic flickers across his face. He tries to interrupt, pleading for a pause, but the guards are already moving. A moment later, he finds himself alone in the room with Lee Jin. Lee Jin looks at him with narrowed eyes and asks what he's trying to do. The friend, growing more uneasy, begins to question Lee Jin's motive. In his head, he's wondering, what exactly is Lee Jin after? Lee Jin gestures for him to hurry up and make a decision. This throws the friend off. His thoughts spiral. He wonders if Lee Jin isn't after money, as he originally assumed. Could there be something else? Lee Jin responds again, now openly critical. He calls out how the friend had used the guards for personal gain, manipulating their loyalty for selfish purposes. He's calling out the way the friend operated and declaring it wrong. Then, surprisingly, Lee Jin smiles brightly. The mood shifts for a moment. As he raises a fist with resolve, he declares his new intention: to properly guide those who followed the wrong leader. It's not about revenge, it's about setting things right. And this time, he's the one taking responsibility. Hearing this, the friend sighs, not from relief, but from resignation. His face falls, disappointment clouding his expression. He weakly tells Lee Jin to just take the money and be done with it. He grabs his head in frustration and despair. Emotion spills over as he bitterly complains. Lee Jin has already beaten him up, and now he's even taking the two people who were closest to him. It's too much. Then his frustration explodes. He screams that what Lee Jin's doing is no different than telling him to die, that he's being pushed to the edge. Lee Jin turns slightly, calm as ever, and repeats the word kill, as if he's considering it. And then, without another word, he kicks his friend in the face. The blow is brutal and sudden, meant not just to hurt, but to humiliate. His face shows a mocking expression, and the words that follow sound like sarcastic praise, pretending to thank him for his efforts. But it doesn't stop there. Lee Jin launches a series of punches, not even giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Each strike is fast, merciless, and unrelenting. There's no hesitation, just raw, controlled fury. The friend, now overwhelmed and terrified, thinks he might actually die. The pain, the power, the relentlessness, it all becomes too real. For the first time, he fears that Lee Jin isn't just proving a point. He might be serious. Barely able to speak, he manages to get a few words out, a plea. He says he'll hand something over, but Lee Jin only leans in with a cold, unreadable look. His face shows no pity. He says he can't hear him, forcing the broken man to repeat himself. With no pride left, the friend finally says it clearly. He'll give up the keys. He begs for mercy, asking to be spared. After Lee Jin's final mocking remark, Myung-go, beaten and bruised, tried to regain some control over the situation. He asked sarcastically if he should show respect now that they were supposedly friends. But instead of responding with words, Lee Jin suddenly grabbed him and threw him hard toward the door. Myung-go crashed through the door, breaking it as he tumbled outside. The two guards standing nearby saw him fall and immediately called out his name, shocked by the sight of him in that condition. Lee Jin watched him with an unreadable expression, silently wondering how Myung-go still had the nerve to laugh in that state. Lying on the ground, Myung-go was overwhelmed by disbelief. In his thoughts, he questioned whether Lee Jin was even sane anymore. The guards, seeing their former boss sprawled out like that, asked if he had really lost. With a weak voice, Myung-go admitted defeat. He told them that from now on, they should serve Jin Eon instead. Inside, he felt deeply embarrassed but held back his emotions. Still, he tried to reason with himself. Maybe it was better for the twins to follow someone like Lee Jin, someone who could give them a better life, perhaps in a more stable place like the Alinha Merchant Guild, instead of keeping them stuck in this run-down gambling den. As he thought about it, a tear slipped from his eye. He had spent a long time with them and believed they shared a bond. But before he could dwell on that feeling, the twins spoke in unison. They said they understood, and they thanked him sincerely. Hearing that, Myung-go looked at them with irritation. Later, He muttered to himself in frustration, calling them ungrateful and cursing the old saying about never trusting those with black hair. He then made his way upstairs toward his room. On the way, people in the building recognized him and started whispering. They called him the walking corpse and commented that now, without the twins, they might actually be able to beat him. He ignored the voices and kept walking, head lowered. But suddenly, a group of men stepped in front of him, surrounding him. One of them mentioned that now that the twins were gone, things had changed. Myungo looked at them calmly and acknowledged how bold they were all being now. Then he raised his voice, claiming his reputation and daring them to come at him if they were serious. One of the men mocked him, saying it was pathetic how someone in his condition still talked tough. The group raised their weapons and moved in to attack. Seeing the situation, Myungo instinctively raised his hands to protect himself. In his mind, he felt the fear set in. He really might die here. But before they could strike, someone intervened. Lee Jin suddenly appeared, fighting off the attackers as he walked through, casually carrying goods looted from Myungo's room. He made it clear that he didn't approve of these people jumping Myungo now, especially when he was already injured. He reminded them that these same people were once too scared to even look at Myungo properly, and now that he was weak, they were trying to pile on. After dealing with the attackers, Lee Jin continued walking, barely looking at Myungo as he passed by. Myungo, still lying on the ground, muttered a bitter remark, annoyed at how cool Lee Jin was acting. A short while later, he and the twin guards were walking toward the exit. One of them turned to him and quietly thanked him for helping Myungo. Then, both of them bowed respectfully and repeated their thanks. As they left to carry out Lee Jin's orders, he watched them go, thinking to himself. He recalled how many people had wondered why the twin guards stayed loyal to Chul Myungo for so long. From old memories, he remembered that some said they had been brought there and sold as slaves, while others believed they followed him purely out of fear. Even Lee Jin once thought that way. But now, looking at them with a more thoughtful gaze, he realized the truth. They hadn't been slaves, and they hadn't stayed out of fear either. As he walked on, he quietly acknowledged something else to himself. Even in this second life, understanding people's real intentions was still difficult. Unbeknownst to Lee Jin, someone was secretly watching him from behind pillar. The observer, wide-eyed in disbelief, whispered to himself. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his thoughts, he questioned it again. Could that really be Jineon? Sometime later, the scene shifts to Jan, who is grumbling to himself. Ever since Jean came back, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. He's clearly frustrated. Just the other day, Jean returned with a ridiculous amount of money out of nowhere and brought along 2 big guys as well. At this point, Jan has concluded that he simply doesn't like him. While in the middle of his complaining, he notices some movement. It's none other than Incup, barging into the residence, pulling a huge cart behind him. Not far behind, one is managing the goods, giving orders to the workers to handle everything carefully since they're transporting important items. Curious, Jan approaches and asks what all this is about. His mood suddenly shifts to excitement when he hears that the goods include extremely rare elixirs. One so rare, they're not even available on the market. Just then, a familiar voice draws everyone's attention. It's Jan's father, the old man, who steps out and casually mentions that he was the one who ordered them. Juan immediately urges him to stay indoors since he's not in great condition, but the old man waves it off, saying he's doing much better now. Jan and the turd both ask the old man what he plans to do with all the elixirs. The turd gets especially hopeful, assuming that since Jean only needed one, surely some of the rest must be for him too. But that little dream is crushed the moment the old man clearly states that all of it is for Jean. Still disbelieving, the turd asks again if all those precious elixirs are really just for Jean. The old man explains that one elixir alone isn't enough to change Jin's fate. He reminds them that he's already spent a fortune on the trash guards before, so this isn't a big deal in comparison. In addition, he's already sent letters to their company's regional branches, contacting old friends and respected merchants. He told them he would be buying high-quality elixirs to help the company recover from its current crisis. Since the company's collapse would affect them all, they took his words seriously. He acknowledges, though, that his biggest mistake was putting a rat in charge of the escort group. So now, he feels obligated to clean things up properly. Hannah praises the decision, saying the young leader has the potential to become a great warrior. Everyone around seems to admire Jin's effort and potential, while Jan, and especially the turd, struggle to understand what's going on. The old man laughs joyfully, clearly proud, saying this is finally his chance to spend all the money he's been saving up his whole life. Meanwhile, the turd, his hopes fully shattered, can't even speak. Sometime later, having mentally snapped, the turd is seen wildly swinging his sword like a man possessed. Earlier, he had asked his father where his elixir was, only to be met with silence. The old man had looked at him with clear dissatisfaction and questioned whether he really needed one. Now, driven mad with envy, the turd rants that he can't even breathe peacefully anymore. Everywhere he turns, it's all about Jean. He sulks and cries, convinced everyone's playing favorites and discriminating against him, wondering what sort of miracle Jean must have experienced. That's when he notices movement again. In a blur, Jean runs past him at incredible speed, barely pausing to say that he's just out for a walk. The turd gets pushed aside in the process, and as Jean disappears into the distance, he realizes something strange. Jean is dragging a huge boulder behind him. Not only that, but he has weighted shackles strapped to his legs. Despite being completely out of breath, Jean continues walking without slowing down. Watching this, the turd is left in disbelief. It finally hits him. Jean really is putting in the work. As the sun begins to set, Jan collapses onto the ground, exhausted. Despite the fading light, he grips his sword tightly and keeps swinging it, refusing to stop. He's clearly trying to imitate someone, probably Jean, and even mutters a few overly dramatic lines to himself, as if role-playing. But no matter how much effort he puts in, it's obvious his moves don't come close to what Jean had displayed earlier. That's when Jean suddenly appears, catching Jan off guard. With fear written all over his face, Jan jumps slightly and asks why Jean is back so soon. He thought he'd gone out for a walk. Jean replies bluntly, saying that if Jan is going to try and copy techniques, he should at least do it properly. He points out that Jan managed to mimic one of his own finishing moves surprisingly well, and tells him to try replicating it again using the sword. Embarrassed, Jan realizes Jean had been watching the entire time. Jan gives it another try, swinging with all his strength, but ends up breaking the training staff. Jean admits the move was powerful, but immediately follows up by critiquing the form, saying the stab was extremely sloppy. This stings Jan's pride. Just as he turns around in frustration, Jean suddenly throws a punch at him. To his own surprise, Jan manages to block it. Jean calmly says he just let his guard down on purpose, then quickly follows with a kick that sends Jan crashing to the ground. Jean explains that in that moment, Jan panicked, and that's what made him fall. Lying on the ground and convinced that Jean has lost it, Jan begs to talk things out. But Jean isn't listening. With no other option, Jan grabs his sword and charges. But just as he looks up, Jean is gone. In the next instant, Jean appears behind him. He says that when people are pushed into a corner, that's when they usually reveal their trump card. But in Jan's case, all he did was tremble. That's why Jean held back, collapsed on the ground. Jan realizes just how close he came to death. Jean, meanwhile, offers some calm advice. Stabbing attacks have a lower hit rate than slashes. He explains that Jan's technique, whatever it's called, is a one-strike move, and because of that, he had to be cautious. Jean adds that the difference in a split second of movement could decide the outcome. As he continues lecturing his brother, Jean reflects on his own strength. In his past life, he wouldn't have even let a weak escort captain draw a sword on him. His current body is still nowhere near as strong as the one he had before. Even as the renowned Fist King in his previous life, there were still people he couldn't surpass. That thought unsettles him. It's not enough. Clenching his sword tightly, he tells himself that this time, he'll become stronger than ever, stronger than anyone. Just then, one of the guards comes to inform him that someone is waiting for him outside. As Jean leaves, he flicks his brother on the forehead. Jan starts complaining, but Jean pays him no mind and walks out without another word. Meanwhile, outside, some visitors nervously exchange opinions. They're trying to convince themselves that there's no way Jean could have learned martial arts. After all, wasn't he just obsessed with girls? But one of them, Guang, says he saw something strange with his own eyes. He recalls passing by the gambling den run by Myungo while drunk and catching a glimpse of Jean. Shocked, he says that before he could process what he saw, he vomited, and by the time he looked again, Jean was gone. The others, Ju Jar Yang and Samaguk, dismiss the story, thinking he's exaggerating. But as they confidently push open Jin's room door, they all freeze. Inside, Jean stands before them, completely jacked, muscles toned, and presence overwhelming. The group immediately closes the door in disbelief. Turning to Jin's maid, they ask if this is really Jean. She confirms it, shocking them even further. Still trying to process the change, they wonder if they were just drunk the last time they saw him. But their thoughts are cut short as the door opens again. Jean stands there, expression cold. He first tells his maid to take the twin guards to the dining hall and make sure they eat to their heart's content. Then he turns to the two visitors, his gaze sharp. "What are you waiting for?" he says, stepping aside. With a heavy look, he orders them to get inside. Shaking, the two pray silently for someone, anyone, to come save them. As soon as Lee Jian laid eyes on his friends, a wave of memories from the original owner of his body surfaced. In his mind, he recalled their identities with surprising clarity. These are the self-proclaimed four heavenly kings of wine and women. A bunch of eccentric men chasing after dreams and pleasures. Sima Guk, the one from Miram Alliance, was known for his ambition, but also for his unfortunate condition, irritable bowel syndrome, and being a perpetual exam taker. Then there was the youngest heir from the West Wind escort establishment, try to make a name for himself. The other two included the infamous heir of the Yunha merchant group and another who never quite let go of reckless youth. They were all here, gathered in one place, having heard the wild rumor that their long-forgotten pushover friend had returned. A rumor so unbelievable, they had to see it with their own eyes. Later, inside a quiet room, Lee Jian sat with them, sharing drinks. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts, as everyone silently observed him. From the expressions on their faces, it was clear they were trying to figure out the man he had become. But Lee Jian, now in full awareness of his inherited memories, looked at them and thought to himself with distaste, not these fake friends again. The memories rolled in. He remembered clearly how these guys used to always be together, chatting endlessly about booze and women. They used to call themselves something ridiculous, maybe the four unruly drunken idiots, or perhaps the four total wrecks. Whatever it was, the name perfectly matched their carefree, chaotic behavior. The silence was finally broken when one of them hesitantly called out to him, asking if he was really back. Another chimed in, pointing at him and expressing concern about his well-being. Lee Jian, showing no emotion, simply replied that he was fine. That short answer was enough to throw them off. One of them began sweating nervously and awkwardly commented that he seemed more than just fine. He actually looked intense. Curiosity quickly took over. One of the friends grabbed Lee Jian's hand, staring at it in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around how someone like Jian could have changed so much. He asked if he had been secretly training all this time. Sima Guk, watching quietly, was more perceptive than the others. He could tell, just by sensing Jian's presence, this transformation wasn't something that could be achieved through sheer training. What he felt was something deeper. This was real martial arts. True strength had taken root in Lee Jian's body, and it wasn't something that could be faked. Their questions continued. They brought up a rumor, something about Jian defeating Ouyang Hu. They pressed further, demanding to know who had trained him, convinced that no one could possibly reach that level alone. But Lee Jian just smiled faintly and told them it was luck. That was all. Sima Guk, still trying to piece things together, smiled as well. He suggested that it must have been one of those fateful Jianghu encounters they always heard about but never experienced. Another friend quickly agreed, saying Jian had finally caught a break. He even admitted that at first he didn't recognize him. But that moment of levity vanished in an instant. With a cold and serious tone, Lee Jian raised his cup to his lips and stated something chilling. The man they once knew as Lee Jian was dead. The room froze. Every one of them stared at him, beads of sweat appearing on their faces. The weight of those words hit them hard, and none of them could laugh it off. Breaking the awkward silence, Zhu Jiaoyang, one of the group, nervously asked what he planned to do next. Without hesitation, Jian began to answer, about to mention something crucial, the demonical, but he stopped himself mid-sentence. Instead, he corrected his words, saying that he had debts tied to his sect that he needed to repay. In the meantime, he planned to help out with a merchant group while preparing for that responsibility. Suddenly, Lee Jinian looked toward his friends, his gaze cold and unwavering. With a serious tone, he made his stance clear. He wasn't interested in anything anymore, except getting stronger. His words brought the room to another heavy silence. The air froze for a moment before the group, clearly caught off guard, started panicking and whispering among themselves. One of them, confused, turned to the others and blurted out in disbelief if they had walked into the wrong house by mistake. Another quickly responded, denying any fault and saying it definitely wasn't his doing. As this flurry of awkward energy spread among them, Sima Guk went quiet. He couldn't help but recall an old conversation he'd once had with Lee Jinian. Back then, Jinian had mentioned he was being sent away to recuperate. Sima had reacted with surprise, asking if he was really going somewhere just to recover. Jinian had replied with resignation in his voice, saying it was basically exile, that his father must have been deeply disappointed in him. But Sima, holding a sake bottle in hand with a grin, had encouraged him. He said it was a good thing. This was Jinian's chance to recover, study, and change his life. Back then, Jinian had only responded with a bitter smile, doubting whether change was even possible. Still, deep down, he had hoped for it. Now, returning to the present, Sima Guk poured a glass of wine for Jinian and offered a heartfelt congratulations. He looked at him warmly and remarked with a smile that Jinian had really changed. Hearing that, Jinian froze for a moment, shocked and confused. The sincerity in Sima's voice caught him off guard. The others fell quiet, watching the exchange, and then slowly they too softened. With a smile, one of them chimed in that it really was something worth celebrating. Another added, jokingly, that he always knew this would happen, that they should have kidnapped Jinian before he got sent away. He even blamed the others for not showing up that day. Sima Guk chuckled at that and teased one of the guys, reminding him that he was too hungover to even make it that day. That friend quickly turned away and defensively claimed he was just busy. But the teasing didn't stop. Sima responded with sarcasm, suggesting that taking a dump probably didn't count as being busy. A playful argument broke out as they all started teasing each other. Watching them banter so naturally, Lee Jinian smiled quietly to himself. In that moment, a warm thought passed through his mind. Turns out, even Jinian had real friends. Then, Jinian poured himself a glass of wine and muttered softly, as if confirming something within himself. He looked at the group with a calm, yet confident gaze and declared that he had changed. Then, with a faint smirk, he asked, "What about them?" That question stunned the group for a moment, but they quickly laughed it off, brushing it aside with their usual carefree energy. One of them joked that if they were the type to change easily, they wouldn't be themselves. Feeling the shift in mood, Jinian awkwardly suggested they stop talking about such things. Everyone raised their cups and clinked them together, laughing loudly, the tension melting away into genuine camaraderie. As the laughter faded, Zhu Jiaoyang looked quietly into his cup, deep in thought. He recalled their old days together, back when they were just a bunch of naive kids. They had all thought of themselves as frogs stuck in a well, unable to see the vast world outside. But now, looking at Li Jinian, he realized that one of them had already climbed out and seen that world for himself. Some time passed, and the gathering began to wind down. One of the friends told Jinian he had a good time today, and that if he ever needed anything, even from a bunch of wrecks like them, he should reach out. Zhu Jiaoyang called out with playful excitement, urging Jinian to train hard so he didn't get beaten up somewhere again. Sima Guk patted Jinian on the shoulder with a proud smile and congratulated him once more on his transformation. As they finally prepared to leave, Jinian walked with them to the gate, waving goodbye. His friends waved back, their faces lit with sincere warmth. Later, as they walked through the streets of the city under the night sky, Guang looked up and let out a quiet thought. Among all of them, the one who had been the biggest screw-up had come back, all grown up, and that made it feel like their youth had truly come to an end. Sima Guk, feeling a bit tipsy, rubbed his head and admitted that he was feeling strangely lonely today. He told the others it was time to go. One of his friends quickly asked where they were heading, jokingly suggesting a brothel. But Sima Guk immediately shut that down, annoyed, saying they were going home. He reminded the guy he had flunked out and told him to go study. calling him an academy dropout. Zhu Jiaoyang laughed and, not taking offense, repeated what he always said, that it's not that he's bad at studying, just really bad at exams. Guang then looked at Sima Guk and casually asked if he wanted to stop by Sweet Scent House for one last drink. The scene shifts to the Sweet Scent House. A warrior was kneeling in front of the little deity sect leader, Yom Jisong, reporting what happened at Li Jinian's gathering. When Yom Jisong heard the report, he hit the table and asked in disbelief if Ouyang, who was really dead. Then he asked whether the heir of the Yunhe merchant group was actually that strong. The man confirmed it with a disappointed look. The fight hadn't even lasted 30 moves. Ouyang, who had been completely outmatched. He thought back to the fight, clearly frustrated, and admitted to himself that Jinian's skills were on another level. Yom Jisong, now a bit more composed, commented that it was impressive. He asked what kind of weapon Jinian had used. The man answered that Jinian fought using only his fists. Yom Jisong raised an eyebrow. A swordsman losing to someone who didn't even use a weapon, it wasn't a good look. He shook his head and said it was a disgrace. The man hesitated, then asked about taking revenge. Yom Jisong replied that there was no reason to. It was a fair duel, and they weren't the kind of group to seek revenge over that. Still, the man pushed the issue. He mentioned that Yom Jisong and Ouyang, who had been friends, and said there should be some honor between them. Before he could say anything more, Yom Jisong killed him on the spot. A girl standing nearby was startled by the sudden act. Yom Jisong looked at the body and simply said that no one befriends a corpse. Then he ordered his men to take the body away. One of them responded right away. Noticing the girl, Yom Jisong turned to her and apologized for not seeing her standing there. Her name was Saran. Then, sounding annoyed, he said the drink didn't taste good anymore and told his men they were heading back. A servant replied, confirming the order. Later, while thinking over the situation, Yom Jisong noted that the Yunhe merchant group had not only refused to pay taxes, but had also killed Ouyang Hu. He looked concerned and wondered aloud how to respond to that. One of his men commented that it seemed like the merchant group didn't even recognize the authority of the little deity sect anymore. Yom Jisong wasn't surprised and agreed, then clicked his tongue in frustration. Another subordinate asked if they should retaliate. Yom Jisong dismissed the idea and said that they couldn't just go around killing people. That wasn't how they operated. One of the subordinates looked at Yom Jisong and asked again, was he really just going to let the Yunhe merchant group go? Yom Jisong paused for a moment, thinking about it. At that same time, Li Jinian's friends walked into the place together, chatting among themselves. Zhu Jiaoyang commented that even after seeing how much their friend had changed, they were still the same as always. He admitted they were probably hopeless. Guang responded casually, saying that Jinian only asked for one drink anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. Zhu Jiaoyang looked over at him and said that even that small step felt like progress. Sima Guk nodded in agreement. At least it was something. As Sima Guk passed by the sect leader, he overheard Yom Jisong quietly say to his subordinate that he didn't know what would happen next, but he did want the Yunhe merchant group's money. That stopped Sima Guk in his tracks. He turned to glance back at Yom Jisong, thinking to himself about what he'd just heard. The Yunhe merchant group. Yom Jisong, unaware that anyone was listening, continued talking. He mentioned that Li Xiaogman, the elder of the Yunhe merchant group, was known to be a skilled negotiator. Rumor had it he was far wealthier than people assumed. Then he wondered out loud, how much would the young heir of such a group be worth? Sima Guk, now realizing what was going on, looked concerned. Sometime later, he stood in front of Li Jinian and shared everything he had overheard. After hearing the report, Jinian responded calmly, asking if Sima Guk had come running back to him. Breathing out, Sima Guk admitted it. Yeah, he had. Jinian rubbed his eyes and yawned, replying that it was touching, especially since he had taken his time getting there. That annoyed Sima Guk. He raised his voice and said the situation seemed serious. It looked like they were planning to attack Jinian at any moment. Still thinking things over, Sima Guk added that now that Ouyang, who was gone, Jinian's house didn't have proper guards anymore. He asked if they should reach out to Guang for help. Jinian, meanwhile, remembered something Mok and Siep had told him earlier, that the little deity sect had been planning something behind their backs with Ouyang Hu. He kept a calm expression as he asked Sima where those people were now. Sima replied that they were probably already back at their base. Jineon told him to come inside for now. Sima was confused and asked where he was going, but Jineon didn't answer right away. A bit later, inside the house, the two of them were getting ready. Jineon handed something over and told Sima to put it on. Looking around the room in confusion, Sima asked what it even was and where they were. Jineon explained that it was the guard squad's warehouse. Then, turning to him seriously, Jineon asked if he knew the way to the little deity's sex base. He told them to get dressed quickly. They needed to be back by breakfast. Sima looked surprised. He asked if they were really going right now. Just the two of them? Starting to panic, he reminded Jineon that it was just the two of them, and over there was the entire little deity sect. He said Jineon didn't even know what they were up to. But Jineon picked up a knife and held it up. He said it didn't matter. That's exactly why they needed to move first. Sima still looked unsure and tried to say something in protest, but Jineon interrupted him, calling him Mirim Alliance hopeful. Jineon tossed the knife gently toward him. He told him to lead the way. The scene shifted to the little deity's sex base. Guards in yellow uniforms stood watch. Some of them posted at the gates, while others patrolled the area. From high up in a tree, Jineon observed everything. Looking down at the base, he thought to himself that there were a lot of guards. This had to be the place. Hiding in the bushes nearby, Sima Guk whispered to him, asking if he was sure this was it. He admitted nervously that he wouldn't be of any help and reminded Jineon of that. Jineon brushed the dust off one hand using the other and told Sima Guk that his job was done. Sima, still confused, asked if bringing him here was all he needed. Jineon looked at him and replied plainly, "What else could it be?" Sima looked toward the guard station inside and asked how they were supposed to get in, with the place crawling with security. He asked if Jineon had some brilliant plan. Jineon simply closed his eyes and said that for today, they'd do it his old way. He walked straight up to the door and kicked it open. As he looked around at the guards, he thought about his past life, about how Dan Wusong never backed down from a fight. Not when he was a child, not as an orphan surviving in the martial world, not even after earning the title of King of Fists. Now, back in the present, he looked at the guards in front of him and thought to himself, Dan Wusong was someone who enjoyed a good fight. Without hesitation, he walked forward and pointed toward a building, asking the guards where their sect leader was. One of them yelled back, calling him crazy for barging in and talking nonsense. But before the man could finish, Jineon snapped his neck and told him not to make him repeat himself. He dropped the body on the ground. That was enough to provoke the others. All the guards rushed toward him with swords, shouting at him, asking if he even understood where he was and who he was messing with. Just then, a voice called out from an upper floor. A man, holding a girl in his arms, looked down and asked what all the noise was about. He spotted Jineon and smiled, asking who he was. Jineon replied calmly, he was an assassin. Then he asked if the man was the head of the lesser immortal sect. The man, amused, asked what if he was. In his head, he was trying to figure out who Jineon was. He thought it was the first time he'd seen an assassin come in through the front door. Then he noticed Jineon's hands and remembered what one of his men had reported earlier. The kid fought with his fists. He asked Jineon if he was the heir of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. Jineon replied, "And what if I am?" The sect leader stroked his beard and said he didn't expect someone so important to show up personally. Then his tone shifted. He said that in that case, he wouldn't hold back. Suddenly, a net dropped down above Jineon, but he dodged it easily. The guards shouted to get him. Jineon, now surrounded, thought to himself that it had been a long time since he fought a group like this. Maybe not since back then. He grabbed the net and swung it, using it as a weapon. As he took down enemies one by one, he thought to himself that even if his current body wasn't what it used to be, the thrill of battle remained. He tore through them easily, breaking weapons with no weapon of his own. Despite all that, he smiled to himself. This was actually starting to feel fun. The remaining guards hesitated. Some asked who he even was, shocked that he was fighting like that without a weapon. Just then, a sharp object flew past him and sliced his mask and cheek. Blood trickled down as he wiped his face. He looked in the direction the projectile had come from and asked if someone was trying to show off their fancy gear. The sect leader answered with a smirk, saying he didn't usually like using expensive tools, but he'd make an exception for Jineon. He raised a crossbow and aimed. Two guards grabbed Jinion's legs for both sides. The sect leader told them to hold him down. One of the guards grabbing him thought to himself that he was definitely going to die today. The sect leader aimed and told Jinion that even if he was good with fists, there was no way he could dodge this. More men appeared beside him, each holding crossbows. He gave the order to fire. Jinion stood still as the arrows came flying toward him. In his mind, he noted that the sect leader clearly didn't care if his own men got hit. Even someone like Darkblade would be speechless at this reckless tactic. Suddenly, Sima Guk shouted from behind and threw a knife toward Jinion, yelling for him to catch it. Jinion caught the knife midair and deflected every incoming arrow. The sect leader, watching in shock, realized that Jinion had blocked them all with just that one dagger. Jinion turned to look at Sima Guk. Sima looked confused, but then Jinion gave him a thumbs up. Sima Guk returned the gesture. Then Jinion gripped the knife and threw it. It scratched the sect leader's throat before hitting the wall behind him. Jinion told him calmly that he didn't usually use blades, but made an exception for him. The sect leader, clutching the small wound on his neck, cursed under his breath and called Jinion a psycho. He turned to his men and yelled at them for just standing there. He ordered them to kill Jinion immediately. But before they could react, Jinion dashed forward and closed the distance in an instant. The sect leader could barely process what was happening. Jinion was already in front of him. Jinion readied his fist and said that his real strength was in his fists. The sect leader quickly pulled the girl in front of him, trying to use her as a human shield. But Jinion didn't stop. He used his lightning martial arts to strike with force. The explosion from the impact shook the room. As the dust cleared, Jinion was holding the girl safely in his arms. He gently let her go and told her to stay back. The sect leader sat on the ground, shaking from fear. He looked up at Jinion and wondered what kind of person he really was. If Jinion was the heir to the Galaxy Merchant Guild, he should be a young man, but the way he fought felt like someone who had survived countless battles. Jinion looked down at him coldly and asked what he was staring at. Did he have something to say? The sect leader tried to save himself. He laughed awkwardly and offered money. He said he had plenty stashed away and promised to reward Jinion generously if he spared his life. But Jinion stepped on him and told him to stop putting a price tag on people's lives. He pulled back his fist and said he didn't need any of it. The sect leader could keep his money. Then Jinion drove his fist into the man's chest, piercing through his heart and killing him instantly. The room fell silent as everyone looked on in shock. Jinion pulled his hand back out and glanced at the body. He muttered one final word as he looked at the corpse: filthy. As morning arrived, the protagonist, his friend Sima Guk, and the girl he had recently saved were walking together. Along the way, Sima Guk turned to Jinion and mentioned that he would be taking a different route. He offered to escort the girl instead. Jinion agreed and entrusted her to his friend. Sima Guk and the girl then walked away from Jinion. After a short while, the girl looked at him and asked if he was young Master Sima Guk. He was surprised and asked how she knew. The girl chuckled softly and explained that she had seen him at Danhyang multiple times. She also added that since he was clearly close with Jinion, it wasn't hard to figure out. Understanding her point, Sima Guk nodded. The girl then gave a respectful bow and thanked him for what he had done that day. She promised that if he ever returned, she would serve him a bottle of top-grade rice wine as a token of gratitude. Sima Guk waved her off casually, saying there was no need. He hadn't done anything noteworthy. He also mentioned that he didn't plan to visit the pleasure quarters anymore. The girl looked at him and commented that he had truly changed. He responded briefly, then glanced over toward Jinion and added that he, too, had a change, especially since his friend had changed so much already. Meanwhile, Jinion was walking toward his home, thinking to himself that it was time for breakfast. Some time later, after finishing his bath, he stepped into a room where a table full of food awaited him. He invited the two bald men he had brought from the entertainment district to eat, encouraging them to be comfortable. The two men gratefully accepted and responded politely. Jinion, in a gentle tone, told them not to hold back and to eat freely whenever they were hungry. One of the men expressed amazement at the generosity of the trading company, while the other jokingly asked if eating 7 meals a day was acceptable. Jinion calmly confirmed that it was. As they chatted, the two bald men noticed Jinion's wound had already closed. They asked if he had been all right the previous night. Neon gave a vague response while holding his chopsticks, but in his mind, he reflected on the situation. He realized that the sudden incident had shaken his core, something that wouldn't have happened in his previous life. This made him recognize the need to grow stronger. He understood that if he truly intended to protect the merchant group and stand against magic users, ordinary training wouldn't be enough. He needed something beyond conventional methods. Just then, a voice from outside his door informed him that a delivery had arrived. Curious, Neon acknowledged it. A servant girl entered and placed a box on the table. As he opened it, he muttered that he hadn't been expecting anything. Inside was a letter from his friend, Gu Wong. The letter explained that after they had parted ways, Gu Wong had stopped by a tavern, had a single drink, and then left. He jokingly called it a sign of real progress. Neon smiled as he read it. The letter continued, revealing that Gu Wong had also meant to deliver something on Neon's father's behalf the day before, but had forgotten. Now he was sending it along. Neon paused at the mention of his father, feeling surprised. The letter concluded with Gu Wong saying he would leave the item with Neon and asking him to help watch over their escort agency once he had become stronger. As Neon examined the contents of the first box, he immediately recognized what was inside. It was a piece of century root. Judging by its appearance and condition, it had likely been aged for 4 or even 5 centuries. He estimated that, with a bit of luck, it could help him raise his White Lightning 10-stage art to the 5th level. Holding the root in his hand, he reflected on the moment with quiet appreciation, realizing this was the kind of gesture that showed the true value of having a good friend. He then turned to the next box placed beside him. Inside was another letter. This one was addressed from the Tejo Trading Company. The letter spoke of a long-standing trust and friendship with his father and a gift offered in honor of that bond. As Neon processed the message, he recognized the name of the firm. It was one of the wealthiest and most influential trading companies in the Central Plains. He realized his father must have reached out to them personally for assistance. The depth of that gesture and the effort behind it caught him off guard. He hadn't expected such care and foresight. Inside the box was a bottle, and as soon as he saw it, he was struck with surprise. It was pure, void stone milk, a miraculous elixir that martial artists could only dream of acquiring. It belonged to the same legendary tier as the 1,000-year spirit fruit, moon elixir flower, and 10,000-year snow ginseng. All of them were incredibly rare and nearly impossible to obtain. Neon brought the bottle close and inhaled its scent. There was no doubt it was genuine. Even in his previous life, he had only managed to taste a few drops of it. He found it hard to believe that a merchant had managed to acquire something even top martial artists struggled to find. Turning to the 2 bald men seated nearby, he called out their names, Myongbo and Jinbo, and handed each of them a portion of the medicine. One of them immediately prepared to begin circulating his chi, asking the other to guard the room and eat later. As he accepted the dose, he asked what it was. Neon simply told him it was good for the body and warned him not to lose it, emphasizing its rarity. Surprised by the comment, the man stood up and walked over to a nearby storage room. Opening the door, he gestured inside and revealed stacks of similar rare items, all prepared for Neon. Seeing this, even Neon couldn't help but be taken aback. A smile formed on his face as he silently acknowledged the simple truth: money really was a powerful thing. 2 hours later, Neon was seated cross-legged in his room, meditating. As he consumed the elixir, he noted its taste, bitter and without aroma. It reminded him of martial arts itself, bitter in the beginning, with no immediate reward. Training was painful, and often it felt like there was no progress at all. Soon, his body began to react. A strong heat spread through his core. He recognized that in his past life, his body would have already broken down under this intensity. Fortunately, he had taken the time to strengthen himself beforehand. A sharp pain surged through him, intense enough to force his eyes open. It felt as if his entire body was burning. The more he tried to suppress the pain, the more fiercely it fought back. Realizing resistance was futile, he changed his approach. He would push through it instead. With that decision, a wave of powerful energy burst out from his body. Some time later, Neon exhaled deeply. As he examined his hand, he activated his energy with a focused gesture. Then, clenching his fist, he confirmed to himself that he had reached the 5th stage. However, a sharp smell caught his attention. He looked at his clothing and realized that the toxins released from his body carried a strong stench of alcohol. He wondered just how much the previous owner of the body had drunk for the impurities to still reek so strongly. Jian looked down at himself and smiled softly. It felt like a farewell to the remnants of his old self. But his attention soon shifted to the glass bottle beside him. He picked it up, eyes narrowing in thought. What lay ahead wasn't going to be easy. Absorbing pure voidstone milk at this stage was like trying to form a bowl out of wet sand and then tossing it into a blazing furnace. The fragile structure was almost guaranteed to crack under the pressure. Yet, if he could endure the process, the reward would be immense. He could feel the intense spiritual energy within the elixir. It was testing him. As the dense black aura began to swirl around him, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he had become too greedy. Still, he clenched his fist in determination. With a powerful leap, he took off, heading toward a secluded spot to begin the next stage of his transformation. If he could overcome this trial, he knew he would emerge stronger than ever before. 7 days passed. Outside Jian's room, his brother, Ian, stood with a troubled expression. It had been exactly a week since Jian had started circulating his energy, and there had been no signs of movement or sound from within. Concerned, he reached for the door, but the two bald guards stationed outside immediately stepped in front of him, blocking the way. They greeted him formally. Recognizing them, Ian returned the greeting. He asked if there had been any updates. One of the men replied that there had been none, but Jian had left clear instructions not to let anyone near. Hearing this, Ian let out a sigh, wiping sweat from his brow as confusion set in. He mumbled that even so, going this long without contact seemed concerning. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden explosion blasted through the door from within the room. The two guards quickly shielded Ian from the blast with their bodies. As the dust settled, Ian stared in shock at the sight in front of him. Emerging from the room was Jian, his eyes glowing with lightning, energy radiating violently from his body. The overwhelming stench coming from the room made Ian recoil and cover his nose. His thoughts raced. Was this the condition known as chi deviation, something he had only heard about in passing? Panicked, all three men rushed toward Jian. One of the guards called out urgently to him. Two bodyguards then tackled Jian, trying to pin him down in hopes of stabilizing his energy. They pleaded with him to come back to his senses. Ian tried to speak, beginning to ask if his brother was all right, but his words stopped midway. As he got a good look at Jian's face, a chill ran through him. What he saw frightened him so much that he couldn't say another word. Ian quickly caught his brother in his arms, trying to steady him after the sudden outburst of energy. But Jian rose to his feet once more without saying a word and began walking away. One of the bodyguards called out behind him, asking if he was all right and where he was going. Jian, without turning around, simply responded that it was too hot and that he needed to cool off, insisting they not follow him. Without hesitation, Jian leapt onto the rooftop and dashed off into the distance. Ian stood frozen, watching his younger brother disappear. He had no words to respond. After a moment, he quietly questioned himself how anyone could be hot on such a perfectly clear day. Meanwhile, Jian kept running. His thoughts were in turmoil as intense heat surged through his body. He could feel every part of himself burning. His physique, still not fully attuned to the immense power he had taken in, was reacting violently. Clutching his throat, he tried to suppress the sensation, but the energy inside him continued to rage uncontrollably. He realized that if this went on, it wouldn't just be the Yunhe merchant group at risk, he could endanger the entire street. He needed to put as much distance between himself and others as possible. Eventually, he stopped at a remote mountain peak. His body was covered in veins bulging under the pressure, with lightning surging all around him. The pain had reached its peak. He thought of the color blue, likely tied to his energy state, and acknowledged that he couldn't contain it any longer. Memories of his death in his past life flickered through his mind. He knew that if he couldn't embrace this energy, he would face the same fate once more. Raising his hand toward the sky, he made a decision. The power had to be released. In that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, crashing directly into him with a thunderous impact. Some distance away, in a nearby village, two people noticed the phenomenon. One of them watched in awe as the scene unfolded, observing the lightning surge from the earth toward the heavens. It was a sight he had never witnessed before, a reverse strike that defied natural order. Sometime after the intense phenomenon had ended, Neon stood alone on the mountain. Rain poured down steadily around him as he remained silent, letting the moment settle. Clenching his fist, he counted under his breath 6, then paused and corrected himself 7. A smile formed on his face. If he was able to release that much energy, it could only mean one thing. He glanced at his hand, activating his energy once more to confirm it. The answer was clear. He had reached the 8th phase. Later, Neon walked through the city streets, still partially undressed from the aftermath of his training. His presence turned heads immediately. Several passers-by, especially the young women, blushed as they watched him walk by. A few whispered in surprise, wondering who the half-naked man was. Taking notice, Neon quietly thought to himself that he should at least get some clothes. Sometime after, he was inside a clothing shop, now dressed in a sharp outfit that gave him the refined appearance of a nobleman. He looked in the mirror, then turned to the shop owner and said he'd take the outfit. He asked for the price. To his surprise, the shop owner responded with a gentle laugh and insisted there was no need to pay. Neon, confused by the generosity, hesitated. He didn't feel right about taking it for free. But the shop owner explained with a warm smile that ever since Neon had beaten up the troublemaker from the Ouyang clan and the Little Deity sect, the streets had become noticeably safer. Fewer thugs caused problems now, and that peace had made it easier for him to bring his children to the shop. He pointed to his child nearby and expressed gratitude, saying that the free clothes were his way of repaying Neon. As he noticed the rain still pouring outside, he offered an umbrella as well. The shop owner's child walked up, holding out the umbrella toward Neon. Seeing this small gesture, Neon smiled back and accepted it graciously. A short while later, he stood outside the shop in the rain, waving back at the shop owner and his children. As he continued down the street, Neon looked around and reflected on the changes. Things truly did feel more peaceful now. In the past, he never paid attention to what the streets looked like after a fight. But now, recalling the shop owner's words, he could feel the difference his actions had made. People were safer, families were more relaxed, and the atmosphere felt lighter. Looking ahead, he saw people laughing and enjoying themselves. For the first time, Neon found himself smiling at the sight. The feeling wasn't so bad. Suddenly, his attention snapped toward a commotion behind him. Someone was running through the street in a panic, shouting for others to move aside. The man shoved someone out of the way, tried to escape from a group that was chasing him. The people behind him yelled not to let the man get away. As Neon observed the scene, he immediately recognized the person on the run. It was Chil Myung-go. His thoughts locked onto the name with surprise. The man who had been chased earlier suddenly appeared before the protagonist. With a casual smile, he greeted him, commenting on the heavy rain. The protagonist looked at him with visible disappointment, noting that he hadn't changed at all. As the man stood confidently in front of him, the protagonist remarked again on how he was always caught up in a busy life. Meanwhile, a large number of people from the Moyang clan had gathered at the Emperor's assembly. Among them, a red-haired man confidently acknowledged the significance of all the clan patriarchs coming together after such a long time. He specifically praised Moyang Bin for his efforts. This red-haired man was Dako Mayong, the patriarch of the Dako clan. In response, a green-haired man humbly dismissed the praise, saying he had only arranged the meeting. This was Moyang Bin, the patriarch of the Moyang clan. Then, turning to another figure, he brought up a recent issue, mentioning that he'd heard about a regrettable incident involving Ouyang Seng's clan. He stated that Ouyang, who had apparently challenged a member of a merchant group to a duel and died as a result, asking if it was true. Hearing this, Ouyang Seng, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, looked visibly irritated and surprised. Another person in the room then questioned the situation further, pointing out that Ouyang, who was supposed to be one of the more skilled martial masters of the clan. Yet another added that Ouyang, who had caused trouble with a merchant group, made a scene and ended up being severely defeated. Just then, loud laughter erupted in the assembly hall. Everyone turned toward the source, which was none other than Namgung Wu, the leader of the Emperor's assembly and the patriarch of the Namgung clan. Known as the world's strongest martial artist and often referred to as the Blade Emperor, Namgung Wu was laughing heartily, mocking the situation. He found it ridiculous that someone from a merchant group had defeated a member of the Ouyang clan, calling it even funnier than a jester's performance. He asked if others agreed with him. One man in the assembly could be seen trembling with anger, though another quickly agreed with Namgung Wu to avoid conflict. At that moment, Ouyang Sing, now visibly furious, exclaimed that Ouyang had already been expelled from their clan. With his frustration boiling over, he declared that it was time to remind the merchant group of the true power of the Ouyang clan. Back on the street, the protagonist stood with his friend. He looked worn out and clearly exhausted from everything that had just happened. Lee Jin-ian looked at his friend and remarked that he was always living a busy life. Before the conversation could continue, one of the gang members pointed a finger at Lee Jin-ian and ordered him a hand over his friend, warning him not to get involved in something that could get him hurt. Lee Jin-ian's tone turned cold as he asked his friend, Myungo, who these people were. Myungo explained that they were members of the Crimson Reaper Alliance, the most notorious underworld gang at the moment. They had recently been trying to take over the downtown district. He went on to say that, since he was involved in the auction business, he had discovered they had taken his ledgers when he went to organize the books, a theft he clearly resented. Lee Jin-ian then asked if Myungo's hands had healed. Myungo showed his hands and said they were still usable, even managing a laugh. Facing the gang, Lee Jin-ian stated calmly that they didn't seem to be from the area. He told them to come back when Myungo's hands had fully recovered, but to leave for now. The gang members were irritated, thinking his words were nonsense and that he must have grown up sheltered. But despite their thoughts, they felt an inexplicable pressure from him. One hot-headed member ignored a companion's warning, stepped up to Lee Jin-ian, and arrogantly pointed a finger at him, demanding to know who he thought he was. Before he could finish, Lee Jin-ian flicked his forehead with a single finger, sending him flying several meters and knocking him out instantly. Lee Jin-ian then looked at the rest of the gang and told them he was hungry, and if they fought now, he might kill them all. He advised them to leave while he was still being nice and promised they would meet again, either through Myungo or himself. The gang, clearly intimidated, bowed and quickly left. Myungo, now more relaxed, turned to Lee Jin-ian and asked him to buy food, saying noodles would be fine. With a disappointed expression, he clarified that the last time he was on the verge of death wasn't because Lee Jin-ian had beaten him, but because he was starving. He even remarked that food had always been the most important thing in the Central Plains. Irritated, Lee Jin-ian told him he could have just asked without saying so much, calling him insane. Myungo simply grinned and replied that it was surprising Lee Jin-ian was only realizing that now. He then excitedly suggested they go to Jinpyeong Noodles, claiming it had the best noodles. Later, in the restaurant, Myungo finished his bowl and leaned back with satisfaction, saying he finally felt alive. After finishing his meal, Myungo looked at Lee Jin-ian with a serious expression, teasing that it seemed like a branch of the beggar sect had taken up residence in his stomach. He pointed out how Lee Jin-ian used to eat very little, like a bird, but now had changed completely. Myungo added that people shouldn't change so suddenly and should live according to the natural order. Turning toward the shop owner, he ordered 2 more bowls of noodles, then quickly changed it to 4. The owner agreed without hesitation. After a short pause, Myungo awkwardly asked about the twins. Lee Jin-ian replied simply that they were doing well. When asked what they were doing, he answered flatly, training. Myungo guessed they must have grown stronger and then asked for another bowl, even though he already had one in his hands. He remarked that their food expenses must be huge, calling them gluttonous spirits. Lee Jin-ian replied with a blank expression, I'm rich, which slightly irritated Myungo, who reminded him that he had also helped in the past. Shifting topics, Myungo asked how one could learn proper martial arts. Lee Jin-ian questioned the reason, but Myungo avoided eye contact and explained that he was wondering if martial arts training would help him take on the Crimson Reaper, the leader of the gang they encountered earlier. He described the Crimson Reaper as someone with countless subordinates who attacked in overwhelming numbers and retreated quickly when needed. Lee Jin-ian asked Myungo if he wanted to be taught martial arts. Myungo hesitated for a moment before saying he'd be grateful. Crossing his arms, Lee Jin-ian asked if Myungo would follow his instructions exactly, to which Myungo confidently replied that of course he would. After all, he was the poisonous fox, Chul Myungo. Lee Jin-ian then pointed at the ground and told him to bow. Myungo rubbed his head in mild irritation, calling the request embarrassing, but eventually bowed without further complaint. Standing back up, he jokingly threatened that if Lee Jin-ian didn't teach him, he'd make a scene in front of the Yunha Merchant Group's gates. Instead of responding seriously, Lee Jin-ian swung the shop's borrowed umbrella and held it out, telling Myung-go to hold it like he did. Myung-go was stunned at the simplicity of the lesson and asked if that was really it. Lee Jin-ian simply asked what else he expected. Myung-go grew frustrated, complaining that he had even bowed and threatened again to cause trouble. Before he could finish, Lee Jin-ian struck him with the umbrella and told him to shut up, instructing him to take the umbrella with one hand. Myung-go held the umbrella and asked what to do next. Lee Jin-ian explained that it was a gift and couldn't be given away, but Myung-go could borrow it. He instructed him to swing it exactly as demonstrated 100,000 times and then return it. He emphasized that if Myung-go didn't want to commit to this, he should give up on learning martial arts entirely. Shocked, Myung-go confirmed the number, clarifying that it wasn't 1,000 or 10,000, but a full 100,000 swings. Lee Jin-ian, unfazed, told him to stop talking so much and either get to work or leave. When Myung-go questioned whether he was serious, Lee Jin-ian grabbed his collar and reminded him that learning a few basic moves wouldn't be enough to kill someone. He explained that with 100,000 repetitions, Myung-go could at least defeat half of those men they had faced earlier with just a wooden sword. Instead, Myung-go had run away like a frightened animal. Lee Jin-ian told him bluntly that if he was going to live such a pitiful life, he might as well die, prompting Myung-go to nervously say he didn't want to die. Releasing him, Lee Jin-ian told him to remember whether he was a rat or a poisonous fox, and to stop making empty boasts. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Myung-go suddenly stood and asked to borrow the umbrella. Before he could leave, the shop owner approached Lee Jin-ian and asked him to pay for Myung-go's food as well. After paying, Lee Jin-ian thought to himself that he would wait to see if Myung-go would take the training seriously. He then shifted his attention to the Crimson Reaper Alliance, recalling his promise to seek them out and deciding it must be kept. The scene then moved to the Crimson Reaper Alliance headquarters. Inside a dimly lit room, a man sat on a bed while two bloodied corpses lay on the floor. In front of him, the group from earlier knelt in submission. A red-haired man looked at them and asked why they had allowed Chul Myung-go to escape. The red-haired man questioned his subordinates, repeating their claim. They had almost caught everyone, but one of the poisonous fox's friends had stopped them, and they were saying that a merchant group's son had stood against all of them. The subordinates, sweating and visibly shaken, swore it was true. They explained that the man was extremely skilled in martial arts, with rumors calling him the strongest in the Yanghua region. Before they could finish, the red-haired man's gaze sharpened, his red eyes silencing them. He then gave the order, have the men on standby, find both of them, and kill them. The scene shifted to Lee Jin-ian, who was hearing troubling news. One of the twins explained that the Crimson Reaper was infamous for his brutality, preferring to tear opponents apart with his bare hands. The leaders of multiple sects, the Jangsen sect, the Nopio sect, the Horn Dragon sect, and the Hongrak Pavilion, had all been killed by him. He had absorbed several factions in the Yukwan region, forcing tribute money from every business, from escort agencies and merchant groups to inns and pleasure houses. Even Chul Myung-go had been extorted. The twins added that just the day before, the Crimson Reaper had taken over an entire auction house. Lee Jin-ian listened, toweling off sweat from training, and acknowledged that if the Crimson Reaper discovered his identity, the merchant group could become involved in unnecessary trouble. He decided he should confront the man first, before that could happen. Night fell over the Yukwan shopping district. At the Passion House, the building was busy, with guests filling every floor. Two women conversed, one instructing the other to check if guests in a certain room had left. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and another woman was comforted by her colleagues. She had gone into the Crimson Reaper's room, and something had happened. Worse, another woman named Seoli was still inside. One of the women, Zhonghua, was informed that a new guest had arrived downstairs. She instructed the others to take the shaken woman away, let her rest, and avoid disturbing the Crimson Reaper. Lee Jin-ian entered the establishment. Zhonghua approached with a welcoming smile, introducing herself as the manager and beginning to explain the house. But Lee Jin-ian interrupted her with a direct question. Was the Crimson Reaper here? Zhonghua froze, startled, and asked him to repeat himself. Lee Jin-ian repeated himself to Zhonghua, saying he was looking for the Crimson Reaper. She became slightly flustered, her voice trembling as she asked if he meant the association leader and whether he had made an appointment. Lee Jin-ian answered simply, no, and told her to just confirm if the man was upstairs. Hesitating, Zhonghua glanced at a crimson subordinate nearby, debating whether to answer. Finally, she told him that the Crimson Reaper was indeed upstairs. Without waiting to hear more, Lee Jin-ian walked past her, calling her by name and instructing her to evacuate the others. Her mind flashed back to an earlier thought. Seoliai was still inside that room. Nervously, she warned him that heading up would be difficult, as the association leader's temper was rough. Lee Jin-ian only smiled and said it was fine. As he approached the stairs, one of the Crimson subordinates stepped forward, blocking his path. The man demanded to know who he was, warning that this wasn't a place anyone could enter freely. Lee Jin-ian didn't respond, continuing up the stairs. The subordinate struck at him in anger, but Lee Jin-ian quickly caught the man's spear and threw him to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of the other Crimson men. They surrounded him, demanding if he even knew where he was. Lee Jin-ian looked at them with a sharp, threatening gaze and asked which floor the Crimson Reaper was on. His words only enraged them further. They attacked, shouting insults. Lee Jin-ian calmly replied that if necessary, he would find the Crimson Reaper after killing all of them. As one man swung at him with a sword, Lee Jin-ian seized the attacker's head, took the weapon, and used it to defeat them one by one. He fought using only the weapons he took from his opponents, systematically knocking each one down until the floor was clear. Finally, he stopped and looked at a nearby door. With certainty, he remarked that it wasn't the right room. Lee Jin-ian prepared to attack again, asking aloud if he needed to smash every room. He began breaking into each one, sending the occupants fleeing in panic. After clearing several, he paused in front of another door, shouting in frustration that the Crimson Reaper wasn't there, and concluded he must be on the next floor. Meanwhile, in his private room, the Crimson Reaper sat calmly on his bed. Suddenly, two men were thrown inside, sent flying by Lee Jin-ian's assault. One of them, trembling on the floor, reached toward the leader and tried to speak. Stammering, he identified Lee Jin-ian as the merchant group's son. Before the man could finish, Lee Jin-ian stepped on him, slamming him back to the ground. Confidently approaching, Lee Jin-ian told the Crimson Reaper he had found him. The leader looked him over, speaking with casual arrogance. He guessed that Lee Jin-ian had come to pay Chul Myung-go's debt in his stead. Lee Jin-ian ignored the remark, noting to himself that the leader's room was on the 5th floor and that it was unnecessarily high. The Crimson Reaper stood and walked toward him, asking if the welcome party wasn't to his liking and if the climb had been difficult. Lee Jin-ian, now surrounded by many Crimson subordinates, stated that it hadn't been a problem, as stomping on his way up was his specialty. The two men now stood face to face. The Crimson Reaper smirked, saying his own specialty was looking down from above. Lee Jin-ian, rather than being intimidated, thought to himself that this was why he liked dealing with underworld types. Beating them was always satisfying. He then noticed something on the bed. The Crimson Reaper brushed it off, saying he had simply lost control of his strength, and ordered his men to remove the person from the room. Lee Jin-ian's expression darkened. Calling the man beyond rehabilitation, he asked in a low, dangerous voice how he should kill him. The Crimson Reaper said he liked those eyes, explaining that people who try to kill him always look that way, and that he had ripped all of them apart with his bare hands. Outside, civilians were fleeing the building, screaming. Someone asked what was happening, and a Crimson subordinate answered that some lunatic was tearing the entire pleasure house apart, urging the man to escape as well. Instead, the man raised an umbrella like a weapon and muttered a number, 2874, before striking the subordinate. Removing his hood, he revealed himself as Chul Myung-go. He made a universal gesture toward the Crimson men, declaring he was there to crush them one by one. Practicing his swings with the umbrella, he continued counting 2875, 2876, 2877, when suddenly a loud explosion came from the building where Lee Jin-ian was. Chul Myung-go froze, looking toward it in shock, realizing something significant had just happened inside. The red-haired association leader is suddenly thrown out of the building, crashing violently against the ground. Following closely behind him, the protagonist leaps out as well, landing with confident precision before striking the leader mid-air and sending him skidding further across the dirt. With firm steps, the protagonist calmly lands in front of the fallen man, standing tall and unwavering. The association leader slowly rises from the ground, wiping the dust from himself as his eyes fix on the protagonist. Instead of showing fear, he reveals a twisted smile of amusement, clearly intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Without wasting time, he signals to one of his subordinates. The loyal follower quickly rushes to his side, handing him a weapon. Gripping it tightly, the leader swings it once through the air, testing its balance and preparing to face the opponent before him. The red-haired leader brandishes the weapon with confidence, determined to at least show his strength. He lunges forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. However, the protagonist moves effortlessly, dodging each strike with minimal movement, almost as if the attempts were too slow to even matter. At the perfect moment, the protagonist reaches out and seizes the weapon, halting it completely with his bare hand. The grip is strong and unshakable, surprising the leader. A wave of realization sweeps over the red-haired man's thoughts. In disbelief, he questions how the young master of a mere merchant family could possess such monstrous strength that not only withstands but matches his own. His pride stings, yet his fighting spirit surges. He releases the weapon, letting it fall away, and instantly launches himself forward with renewed determination. In his mind, the leader vows to crush his opponent with the sheer rebound force of his own body. Gathering strength in his fist, he prepares a direct strike, intent on breaking through any defense, daring the protagonist to block the blow. The protagonist, however, observes carefully. His sharp eyes take note of the man's technique, recognizing the influence of meteor hammer skills combined with refined fist techniques. The precision in his movements reflects training under a legitimate orthodox martial artist. His execution is clean, sharp, and deliberate. Yet, the protagonist's expression remains calm, even slightly impressed, as he analyzes every detail. Without hesitation, he counters. His thoughts steady, he acknowledges the difference. The association leader may have skill, but his true opponent now is someone far beyond his level, the one known as the Fist King. With explosive speed, the protagonist drives his fist directly into the leader's stomach. The impact resonates, forcing the air out of the red-haired man as his body buckles under the sheer power. Coughing and stumbling, he staggers back, clutching his abdomen. The protagonist quickly pulls away, distancing himself with perfect control as his opponent struggles to steady himself. Though clearly injured, the leader doesn't falter. He grits his teeth, forcing a laugh between pain breaths. Despite the damage, he acknowledges the strength of the man before him, realizing that he, too, has trained in formidable fist techniques. Determined not to lose, the leader raises his arm once again, declaring his intent to fight with everything he has. His voice roars with defiance as he charges, consumed with rage, claiming he will tear his enemy to pieces. But in the clash that follows, the protagonist's dominance is absolute. He meets the attack head-on, overpowers him with sheer force, and throws the red-haired man back down onto the ground once more. The leader groans in agony, his body writhing under the weight of defeat. As he lies there, thoughts cloud his mind. He cannot comprehend it. Despite giving his all, every ounce of his strength and skill, he is being utterly overwhelmed. Shock and disbelief consume him. For the first time, he questions whether victory is truly possible. The protagonist suddenly grabbed the face of the association leader with his hand, forcing him down against the ground. He stood above him, looking down with a cold expression, his presence dominating the moment. Without hesitation, the protagonist activated his electric martial arts, sending a current of energy through his palm into the leader's body. The energy pulsed violently, growing stronger with each stage he unleashed. First came the second stage, releasing a sharp jolt that made the association leader convulse in pain. His scream echoed as electricity surged through him. The protagonist showed no mercy, immediately pushing further. The energy increased again, third stage. The leader's body shook harder, the shock tearing through him. The protagonist continued, raising it to the fourth stage, and then again to the fifth stage, each level amplifying the damage. The overwhelming current left the association leader writhing, unable to resist. Nearby, one of the leader's subordinates watched with wide eyes, his face dripping with sweat. He stuttered, barely able to speak, questioning if they should step in to stop it. But before anything could be done, something unusual appeared in the sky. The subordinate's expression shifted to shock as he pointed upwards, realizing what was about to happen. The protagonist raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate technique. White lightning 10-stage art. Thunderclap. A massive lightning dragon formed, descending with explosive force. The ground erupted with a deafening blast as the dragon struck the association leader directly, vaporizing him in an instant. The impact left onlookers speechless, many of them frozen in shock. Some whispered in disbelief, saying the attack was nothing less than the purge of the dark path. The leader of the association, feared by so many, had been completely obliterated before their eyes. With the battle finished, the protagonist turned his gaze toward the remaining subordinates. His eyes were sharp, filled with disdain, as he confronted them. He demanded to know who they thought they were, collecting tribute from the weak. His voice was steady as he questioned their purpose and their right to drain the lifeblood of powerless people. The subordinates trembled, their bodies shaking under his words. None dared to respond properly, fear weighing heavily on them. The protagonist made his stance clear. If they wanted to flaunt strength, they should come directly to him instead of preying on the helpless. He adjusted his hair with visible disgust, his expression making it clear he looked down on them. Then he warned them all, stating firmly that if they continued down this path, they would end up just like their fallen leader. That final statement only fueled their panic. Some, however, desperate and angry, tried to rally together. They shouted at one another not to be afraid, reminding themselves it was just one man standing against them. With rage clouding their judgment, they charged at the protagonist, screaming that they would kill him. As the fight reached its conclusion, the onlookers began whispering among themselves, still shaken by what they had witnessed. They struggled to process the sight of the fearsome association leader, the so-called Red Reaper, being utterly defeated. Some muttered in disbelief, wondering if the Red Reaper was truly dead. Others questioned the identity of the young man who had stood against him, trying to understand where such overwhelming power had come from. Confusion spread quickly. If the Red Reaper was gone, and his men were about to be wiped out, then who would they be forced to pay tribute to now? A sense of cautious relief stirred in them, but just as quickly, doubt followed. What if this new figure, the one who had just crushed the Red Reaper, demanded tribute himself? Before the uncertainty could grow further, the protagonist's companion stepped forward. He placed his mask back on and addressed the gathered crowd with calm certainty. He assured them that the protagonist was not that kind of person. When some of the onlookers looked uncertain, he reinforced the claim, confidently repeating it. He even added that the protagonist had more than enough wealth already, leaving no reason for the people to worry about being exploited again. After that, the masked companion casually began swinging his umbrella in hand, almost as if nothing serious had just taken place. He started counting aloud, his numbers precise: 2,877, 2,878. His behavior left the crowd stunned and bewildered. Many exchanged looks, silently wondering if he had lost his mind. One of them, however, turned his gaze back toward the protagonist and thought to himself that despite the oddities of the companion, the young man himself was an incredible fighter. That thought triggered a memory, recalling the protagonist's words about how every person carried a spark within their heart and how nurturing that spark was a personal responsibility. The scene shifted to the companion once more, standing calmly in the middle of the city. With quiet reflection, he spoke to himself, almost as though affirming his own path. He acknowledged the desire to grow stronger, strong enough that the very pursuit could drive one mad. His eyes carried determination as he tightened his grip on the umbrella and muttered again, "Know your place." Then, as though snapping himself back into his own persona, he corrected himself. With conviction, he declared his identity: "I'm the Venom Fox." The scene shifts to the Yunam merchant group. Inside, the protagonist's younger brother, Waiyan, stood waiting. When he finally saw his brother emerge, he was stunned. The protagonist opened the door and stepped out, his body covered in blood. Waiyan froze for a moment before speaking, his voice uncertain, asking where his brother had been. The protagonist casually brushed off the concern, saying he had only been out for a drink. Then, turning the question back, he asked what brought Wei Yan to his room. Wei Yan, still unsettled by the sight of blood, admitted he had come to ask something but couldn't ignore the state his brother was in. The protagonist reassured him, explaining calmly that the blood was not his own. Though shocked at first, Wei Yan quickly pieced it together, acknowledging that it was clear the blood didn't belong to his brother. Shifting focus, he spoke with some excitement. The elixirs they had received recently, he explained, seemed to be working with great effectiveness. He had been considering preparing a gift in return, something to express gratitude to the ones who had provided such precious medicine. His thoughts, he added, had turned toward Merchant Taeho of the Taeho Merchant Group. At that moment, the protagonist silently recalled the Taeho Merchant Group, the very people who had provided the azurite essence. Even their father had been curious about its true value. As he wiped the blood from his face with a cloth, the protagonist admitted that even he could not easily measure its worth. One, startled by the weight of those words, asked if it was truly that valuable. If so, then what could they possibly offer in return? The protagonist replied that money or goods would not be appropriate. The gift they had received was priceless. Confused, Wei Yan pressed further, asking what should be done instead. Without hesitation, the protagonist answered, they should form a merchant's alliance. The suggestion left Wei Yan shocked. A merchant's alliance? He quickly pointed out that while great merchant groups like Taeho had contributed elixirs, smaller groups had as well, such as the West Wind Escort Establishment, which lacked even its own defense force. If an alliance were to form, and protection was offered to everyone, it could indeed serve as repayment. But wasn't such a plan far too ambitious? The protagonist calmly reassured him there was no need to begin with something grand. They could start small, first with the Taeho Merchant Group and the West Wind Escort Establishment. With confidence, he added that since they had received something money could never repay, they must answer in kind with something greater, an alliance built on protection and strength. Wei Yan, still uncertain, raised another question. What about the rules or membership fees? Shouldn't an alliance have structure? The protagonist answered that the rules should remain simple, just as their ancestors had once done. For the time being, there would be no membership fees. When Wei Yan pressed further, asking what the true purpose of the alliance would be, his brother paused. Memories surfaced, merchants thanking him after he had dealt with the Ouyang clan and the Little Deity sect, saying that since then, troublemakers on the streets had decreased. He also recalled Wei Yan's words from the past, urging him to one day protect their own escort establishment when he became stronger. With that thought, the protagonist spoke clearly. The alliance would exist to protect the lives of merchants. He explained further, suggesting the establishment of a system for quick communication, so that problems could be addressed without delay. Wei Yan admitted it was a sound idea, but raised another concern. What if the situation was beyond the ability of even the Taeho Merchant Group's escort warriors to handle? The protagonist, recalling everything that had occurred in recent days, considered it carefully. If such a problem arose for a group as large as Taeho, it would likely mean martial arts factions were involved, possibly even those from the darker corners of the Jianghu. In that case, he declared with certainty, he would step in personally. Shocked, Wei Yan asked if he truly meant to involve himself directly. The protagonist explained that the medicine they had received was priceless, and it had indeed granted him tremendous strength. When Wei Yan asked if it truly made him stronger, he simply replied yes. At that, Wei Yan leapt up in excitement, fully convinced. Determined, he asked what they should name the alliance. He proposed calling it the Great Merchants Alliance. His brother, however, looked disappointed. With a gloomy expression, he corrected him, better to call it the Great Merchants Association. The word alliance, he admitted, bothered him. Wei Yan, smiling gently, accepted his brother's choice and promised to prepare everything accordingly. As he turned to leave the room, he paused briefly, remarking that since his brother's return, his own workload had only increased, leaving him swamped with responsibilities. The protagonist offered an awkward apology, but Wei Yan brushed it off with a smile, saying that for merchants, the busier they were, the better it was. The protagonist returned his smile. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the room, calling for young Master Jinian and the chief administrator. The door burst open, and their companions stepped inside, flustered, exclaiming that they were finished. After hearing the urgent shout, the protagonist's brother asked for clarification, wanting to know what exactly had been done. The The response came back with tears and fear, explaining that they were doomed because Lord Ouyang himself had arrived, accompanied by his disciples. The protagonist's brother was instantly struck with shock. Sweat ran down his face as he processed the news, unable to believe that such a formidable figure had truly come. The scene then shifted to the Yuna merchant group's main hall. Sitting calmly while sipping tea was none other than Ouyang Seng, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan. As he drank, his mind drifted back to past events, and with visible frustration, he thought of the humiliation his clan had suffered during the ruler's meeting. Just recalling the disgrace made his blood boil. Determined to restore his clan's pride, he turned to the three men seated before him. He declared that each of them must face Jin Eon of Yunha, trading in combat. He emphasized that one victory alone would not be enough to regain their lost honor. His expression hardened as he made his intent clear. Jin Eon must not be allowed an easy death. Instead, his suffering would serve as repayment for their humiliation. The three men acknowledged his orders with unwavering voices, fully committing themselves to the task. One of them then raised a practical question, asking whether the others planned to use weapons. He himself stated that it did not matter, since he always fought barehanded. This man was Shin Sobik, the Ouyang clan's in-law. Another spoke up, saying that he too preferred not to use weapons, as striking with fists felt more natural and satisfying. This was Ouyang Mayong, the clan's second son, known as a skilled swordsman. Finally, the third joined the discussion. This was Ouyang Woon, the clan's third son and a bladesman. He admitted with honesty that he lacked confidence and would prefer to rely on his blade instead. Ouyang Seng, displeased, immediately challenged his words. He questioned why Woon felt uncertain when the opponent was only a merchant's son. But Woon quickly defended his hesitation, pointing out that Jin Eon had already defeated Ouyang Hu. Although who had only been a distant relative, he was still a man with solid experience in the Jianghu, and his loss had proven Jin Eon was far from ordinary. The patriarch dismissed this reasoning with irritation. To him, whose defeat had nothing to do with experience, it was simply a matter of lacking true skill. At that moment, a servant approached carrying tea, but Ouyang Seng waved for the chatter to end. He commanded that Jin Eon be brought out immediately, ready to settle the matter. However, as he looked more closely at the person bringing the tea, his eyes widened in recognition. It was not an ordinary servant. It was the twins, the trusted bodyguards of Jin Eon, standing before him in disguise. The twins stepped forward and conveyed a message to Ouyang Seng. They explained that their young master had invited him to the annex and would meet with him once he finished his meal. The patriarch stared at the twins in silence, startled by their towering figures. Inwardly, he wondered why mere servants looked so large and intimidating. A short while later, the twins escorted Ouyang Seng along with his sons and in-law. Together, the group made their way toward the annex where Jin Eon awaited them. Upon arrival, the twins stepped ahead and announced that they had brought the guests. Jin Eon welcomed them calmly, standing with a composed and confident expression. He acknowledged their long journey, showing courtesy despite the tense circumstances. In response, the three younger men bowed respectfully. They each introduced themselves, Ouyang Mayong, Ouyang Woon, and Shin Sobik. Jin Eon received their greetings with a gentle smile, remarking that he had not expected Patriarch Ouyang himself to appear in person. The old patriarch returned the gesture with politeness, admitting that his visit was unannounced. He explained that he had come because he wished to see Jin Eon's strength with his own eyes. Jin Eon, standing firm and unwavering, understood their intent. He stated plainly that they had come for a duel, and with confidence, told them to decide the format of the match. Ouyang Seng explained that his sons wanted to learn through this contest, and he requested permission to proceed. The rules were simple. If someone left the ring, fell unconscious, or became unable to move, it would be considered defeat. Jin Eon closed his eyes briefly, then nodded with a faint smile. The clarity of the rules pleased him. The duel began with Ouyang Mayong stepping forward, confidence written on his face. Both men squared off against one another. From the sidelines, Ouyang Seng's thoughts simmered with expectation. He anticipated the moment when the merchant's son would be reduced to begging for his life. Yet Ouyang Mayong himself began to feel uneasy. Standing across from Jin Eon, he sensed something unusual. The young master of Yunha did not feel like a mere merchant's son at all. Instead, He gave the impression of a warrior seasoned by the harsh life of the Jianghu. Doubts crept into Mayong's mind. Perhaps Jinion's victory over Ouyang, who had not been a fluke after all. Jinion slowly raised his hand, inviting his opponent to draw his weapon. But Mayong bristled at the suggestion, insisting that he would fight on his own terms. Before he could finish speaking, however, Jinion suddenly moved. His speed was overwhelming. With a single strike to the face, he sent Mayong hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Even Ouyang Sing, caught off guard, spilled his tea as his hands trembled. Jinion stood over the defeated opponent, calm and steady. His words carried a sharp edge of confidence as he remarked that Mayong should have drawn his sword. Then, turning his eyes toward the next challenger, he called for the fight to continue. Woon looked toward the protagonist and expressed his intention to step into the fight. Before leaving, he asked young Master Shin to take care of his older brother while he fought. Mayong, without hesitation, acknowledged the request and agreed to take care of his elder sibling. Then, he drew his sword and addressed the protagonist, stating that judging by his skills, there was no need to hold back during the match. He looked forward to a worthy challenge. The protagonist, with a calm and friendly demeanor, greeted him and invited the duel to begin. Mayong, locking eyes with the protagonist, prepared to attack with fierce determination. He launched himself at the protagonist with full force. Observing his opponent's boldness and swordsmanship, the protagonist admired his skill, recognizing that he was someone suited for the blade. But before he could think further, he swiftly moved and blocked Mayong's attacks with his bare hands. Mayong, stunned, wondered how the protagonist could read the flow of his sword strikes and counter them so effortlessly with just his fists. His mind raced with disbelief. At that moment, the protagonist's hand began to emit lightning energy. He internally acknowledged that this was the 5th phase, yet powered at the 3rd phase of strength. Without warning, the protagonist readied a punch and delivered it with force. His mind labeled the move as the White Lightning 10-phase art, Lightning Roar. The impact was overwhelming. From a single strike, Mayong was defeated and sent flying. Observing the scene, Shin could hardly believe how easily the 3rd young master had been pushed back. Lying on the ground, Mayong turned toward Shin and suggested that they should end the sparring session. He worried that if all 3 of them were beaten so easily, it would create a huge uproar. Shin, however, immediately rejected the suggestion with a firm response. Without delay, he advanced into the arena. Standing before the protagonist, he explained that although the eldest young master was a skilled martial artist, he himself specialized in palm strike techniques and couldn't let this opportunity pass by. He then asked if he could spar with the protagonist. The protagonist smiled at this and, internally, felt at least somewhat reassured there was someone at least decently skilled. With a composed expression, he accepted the challenge and agreed to the match. Immediately after agreeing to spar, both the protagonist and Shin engaged in combat. They skillfully blocked and countered each other's attacks, exchanging rapid strikes and defenses. Their moves were precise, and neither gave an inch. Suddenly, Shin smiled at the protagonist and, surprised by his cautious defense, asked if he was only going to block without counterattacking. As if to challenge him further, Shin prepared a new, more aggressive attack and taunted the protagonist to block it as well. Shin then launched his special technique called the whirling wheel-crushing palm strike, moving swiftly toward the protagonist. But the protagonist, with astonishing reflexes, dodged the attack effortlessly and reacted with a shocked expression, exclaiming, "Oops!" The protagonist then smiled and pointed out that while Shin's movements weren't terrible, they were unnecessarily large and lacked finesse. Without warning, the protagonist grabbed Shin's legs with speed and precision, and in a cold tone, complimented him by saying it had been a good duel. In an instant, he threw Shin to the ground with incredible force, in a way that resembled the Hulk playfully overpowering Loki in the Stark Tower, a visually satisfying and overwhelming scene. Watching the scene unfold, Mayong, lying on the ground, thought to himself that if he had also been defeated, what pride could he possibly have left? His thoughts were filled with frustration and disbelief. Meanwhile, the protagonist, with arrogance and a smug expression, turned his attention to the elder Ouyang and announced that the duel was over. However, he couldn't help but mockingly wonder aloud why Lord Ouyang looked displeased despite the duel's outcome being clearly in the protagonist's favor. As the protagonist observed, Lord Ouyang's face reflected deep anger and tension. Internally, Ouyang lamented that the merchant group's young master had consecutively defeated his men. He acknowledged that this opponent was no ordinary person and feared that even bringing in more members of the Ouyang clan wouldn't suffice to turn the tide. His mind spiraled into worry that their reputation would be destroyed and that they would be mocked endlessly if the defeats continued. After a deep sigh, Ouyang composed himself and invited the protagonist to take a walk together, trying to mask his concern. As they walked through the city, Ouyang commented that it seemed to be a peaceful town and that the merchant group must have numerous suppliers here. He then stated he would be direct with the protagonist, turning to face him with a smile. He proposed that the protagonist join the Rulers Association, not as a representative of the entire merchant group, but as an individual martial artist. He explained that if the protagonist joined, the association would extend its protection to the entire Yunhe merchant group. The protagonist, hearing this, was visibly confused and asked about the association, not fully understanding what it entailed. As the conversation progressed, the protagonist reflected inwardly about the Rulers Association. He knew it was an organization dominated by 4 powerful clans, Dako, Shimin, Namgung, and Moyong, but notably excluded the Tang clan. However, he also knew that behind the formal structure, there are deeper political motives and rivalries at play. With that in mind, the protagonist suddenly asked Ouyang whether they weren't merely a group that had left the Miram Alliance. He pointed out that the Miram Alliance's focus on the 9 great sects had caused others to branch off. His question implied that their association might not be as honorable or independent as it claimed to be. Ouyang, without hiding it, admitted that it was true but brushed it off by saying it wasn't a problem. He argued that it was better described as a group formed in friendly competition with the Miram Alliance rather than a rebellious faction. The protagonist, analyzing Ouyang's face, thought to himself that the Ouyang clan had only recently joined the association, and this explained why Ouyang seemed so obsessed with saving face and rebuilding prestige. Ouyang, picking up on the protagonist's silent judgment, spoke candidly. He revealed that the men under Ouyang who had been spreading stories about the protagonist everywhere, damaging his own reputation. Still, he quickly added that he wasn't blaming the protagonist, despite knowing that the rumors were likely related to him. Then, with seriousness, Ouyang placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and urged him to join the association to help restore his honor. He framed it as a simple request and asked if it was really that difficult for him to comply. However, in Ouyang's mind, his true intention was clear. This was a calculated move to bring the eldest young master of the Yunhe merchant group into the association, thereby making it appear as though he, Ouyang, had control or influence over him. But the protagonist didn't respond to the request directly. Instead, he sharply countered with a question: what if he refused? His tone was calm, but challenging. This caught Ouyang by surprise. His eyes widened in shock, and he asked why he would refuse, pointing out that there would be nothing to lose. He implied that a son of a wealthy and influential merchant group should easily recognize the benefits of such an alliance. Unfazed, the protagonist responded with cold logic. He questioned what benefit joining the association would bring to the son of a prosperous merchant group like himself. He pointed out that he already had all the money he could need, and what Ouyang was offering, a seat as an ordinary martial artist, was beneath him. Without wasting another word, the protagonist turned and began to walk away. Before leaving, he waved his hand dismissively and told Ouyang that if he wasn't there to fight, the conversation should end. He made it clear that the walk with him had not been enjoyable. Ouyang, not willing to back down, called out to the protagonist with a threatening voice, warning him to stop. He gave him one last chance, asking if he truly wished to see the entire Yunhe merchant group slaughtered. He emphasized that with the strength of the Ouyang clan, they could spare only the protagonist and label him a public enemy of the martial world. He asked, rhetorically, if the protagonist really thought they couldn't carry out such a threat. Ouyang closed the distance between himself and the protagonist. With a threatening expression, he placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and pressed further, challenging him. He asked whether the protagonist was truly strong enough to stop him, and even if he were, whether he could handle making the entire Rulers Association his enemy. Ouyang's tone suggested that the protagonist was foolish for rejecting his offer and spurning his goodwill. Before Ouyang could finish his sentence, the protagonist acted without hesitation. He grabbed Ouyang by the throat, pinning him against the wall with a firm grip. His voice, cold and threatening, cut through the air. He told Ouyang to stop right then and there. He warned him that he could easily kill him at that moment and wipe out the entire Ouyang clan without leaving a trace. Furthermore, he could shift all the blame onto Ouyang's eldest son, ruining him entirely. Despite being cornered and threatened, Ouyang didn't flinch. Instead, he mocked the protagonist with a smile, calling his words the most vile he'd ever heard. He criticized the protagonist for speaking without manners, restraint, or shame, but added that such words should be saved for after proving one's strength in battle. Without wasting another moment, Ouyang launched his attack. He unleashed a green poison gas that quickly surrounded the protagonist, a deadly technique he had practiced for defeating the leaders of the four great clans. As the gas spread, Ouyang's thoughts echoed with confidence, certain that no matter how strong the protagonist was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the poison-toned palm strike. However, the protagonist remained unfazed. Suddenly, he appeared unharmed, a sheet of lightning forming in front of him. Ouyang's expression shifted to shock. He stammered in disbelief, wondering how this was possible. Inwardly, he realized that his poison was burning away, consumed as if lightning itself was eating through it. Without hesitation, the protagonist counterattacked, sending a lightning strike at Ouyang. The force of the attack made Ouyang scream in pain. After delivering the strike, the protagonist stood over him, calmly releasing him from his grip. He remarked that despite how high and mighty Ouyang acted, he was far weaker than expected. Inwardly, the protagonist thought that this was due to the advanced stage his White Lightning 10-phase art had reached. Now at the 8th phase, his power exceeded what most could handle. Even lying on the ground, Ouyang didn't stop laughing. His eyes glinted with defiance as he spoke. He challenged the protagonist, saying that if he wanted to kill him, he should do it right then and there. Even if he were to kill him, it wouldn't matter, as he'd simply be seen as a public enemy. Ouyang reminded him that the Rulers Association stood behind him and warned that the real loser in such a conflict would be the protagonist himself once the repercussions unfolded. Without hesitation, he moved instantly, grabbing Ouyang by the head with lethal force. His eyes were cold and unforgiving as he spoke with a threatening voice, promising that Ouyang Singh would regret those words for the rest of his life. Sometime later, all the members of the association had gathered together. Several disciples were seen tending to the injured, bandaging their wounds. The atmosphere was tense, but calm as the association worked together to recover. Suddenly, in that very moment, the door swung open and the protagonist entered. He was dragging Namgung by the hair, causing immediate shock among the gathered members. All at once, they cried out in surprise and concern, calling out Patriarch and Father in alarm. Myong, stunned by the scene before him, turned to the protagonist with a shocked expression and asked what he was doing. The fear and confusion in his eyes were evident. The protagonist, with a cold and threatening look, silenced him immediately, warning him to be quiet or risk suffering the same fate as Namgung. His tone left no room for argument. Woon, equally shocked, questioned if their father was still alive, his voice wavering with uncertainty. Without hesitation, the protagonist flung Namgung to the ground and, with a dismissive tone, told him that for now he was still alive. Then, turning to one of his aides, he instructed Mok Inseop to prepare a carriage outside at once. A subordinate approached the protagonist promptly and responded with a respectful, "Yes, sir." At this, Myong, unable to hold back his concern, asked the protagonist if he had a justifiable reason for acting in such an extreme way. The protagonist, wearing a devilish smile, scoffed at the idea of needing a reason. He then fixed them with a threatening glare and explained that Namgung had coerced him. If he hadn't helped, Namgung would have destroyed the Galaxy Merchant Guild and framed him as the culprit. The association members were struck speechless, staring at him in shock and disbelief. They exchanged glances but said nothing. The protagonist, unbothered by their silence, pointed his finger at them and announced that they would immediately head to the Emperor's assembly to report the incident. He ordered the guards to accompany him and serve as witnesses. Just then, Shin appeared and confronted the protagonist. He stopped him and asked if he even knew where the Emperor's assembly was, pointing out that the assembly didn't have a central headquarters. He further explained that the gathering place of the assembly was simply the homes of the 4 patriarchs, the so-called emperors. The protagonist calmly responded that the closest location would be the Moyong clan's residence. Shin confirmed that the protagonist's assumption was correct. Turning to his subordinates, the protagonist instructed the guards to keep an eye on the twins to ensure they didn't attempt anything foolish. Finally, he looked to his brother, Wyan, and ordered him to compile a detailed report of the day's events and send it to the Martial Alliance. Upon hearing the instructions, the protagonist's brother immediately nodded in response, sweat forming on his face as he confirmed his obedience. Without hesitation, the protagonist once again instructed everyone to move forward, directing them toward the Moyong clan's residence. Sometime later, the protagonist and the members of the association were seen traveling in a carriage. The protagonist sat quietly, gazing out of the window with a slight smile playing across his face, as if contemplating something to himself. Meanwhile, Namgung, sitting nearby, grew visibly uneasy. His eyes shifted toward the protagonist, and with worry in his expression, he asked where they were heading. The protagonist, unbothered, simply responded that they were going to the Moyong clan. At that moment, Ouyang, seated beside one of his men, expressed his thirst and requested water. The man hesitated, his face covered in sweat, unsure whether the protagonist would allow it. He nervously replied that he didn't think the young master would permit such a request. Without missing a beat, the protagonist lightly placed his hand on the man's head and, with a playful tone, scolded him for being cold-hearted toward the patriarch's simple request. His smile seemed almost mocking. Then, shifting his expression into something more severe, he accused the man of not being a true martial artist of the Gu family clan and questioned whether he was, in fact, an assassin. Before the man could answer, the protagonist unleashed his martial arts technique. A surge of electricity burst forth from within the carriage, crackling violently, and causing the surrounding area to flare with intense energy. Hearing the sudden disturbance, the protagonist's subordinates outside the carriage grew alarmed. They shouted in concern, asking what was happening. The protagonist, remaining composed, reassured them that it was nothing serious and told them to keep moving forward. Inside the carriage, the protagonist turned his attention back to the tied-up man and asked directly if he and the others were hired killers. The man, trembling, admitted that they were indeed assassins. The protagonist pressed further, demanding to know the name of their organization. The man explained that they belonged to the Gold and Silver Assassins, which was split into 2 factions, Gold and Silver, with him being a part of the Silver Group. The protagonist pondered for a brief moment before commenting that the name made it clear they were nothing more than mercenaries driven by greed. He then addressed the man bound before him by name, asking how much had been paid for all of them. Ouyang, confused by the question, asked why the protagonist wanted to know. The protagonist, wearing a dismissive expression, explained that he still had plenty of untouched body parts, implying that their situation could easily turn fatal. He then ordered the carriage to be stopped for a moment. Ouyang, perhaps resigned, finally answered that each man had been paid 800 niang. The protagonist's smile deepened, and he sarcastically repeated the word assassin, asking if that sounded correct. The other men, realizing the trap they were in, acknowledged that the payment was indeed much higher than usual. With deliberate precision, the protagonist pointed his finger at the bound man and confirmed that the amount included not only their service, but also their eventual deaths. He explained that their leader had sold them out to Gu Hyang-seng, and that once they had completed their mission of eliminating the Galaxy Guild, they would have been killed themselves. The man, upon hearing the protagonist's question, glanced toward Ouyang but remained silent. The protagonist then continued speaking, explaining that doing such dirty work drew unnecessary attention from the patriarchs, and that disposing of assassins quietly was far simpler. He remarked on how efficiently assassins were used and discarded, saying it was the white path, a method to be understood and followed. With a confident expression, the protagonist turned back toward the tied-up man. He mocked the worth of his life, saying that 800 yang was a cheap price for existence. He further remarked that if the man had trained harder, perhaps he wouldn't have been sold for scraps. Anyone who took money to kill, the protagonist thought, wasn't even truly human. Then, adopting a threatening tone, he looked at both men and commented on the miserable lives they led, calling them bastards. He added that outside the carriage, there were 3 more assassins waiting, one crippled and one already dead, making quite the lineup for an evening stroll. The scene then shifted to the Moyang clan's compound. As the protagonist entered the compound with Ouyang and the bound man, everyone present was shocked. They looked toward the group in disbelief and whispered among themselves, recognizing the patriarch of the Gu family and questioning how he had ended up in such a state. Before they could react further, 3 men approached the protagonist. One of them, addressing him respectfully, asked what had brought him there and inquired about the wound on his neck. This man was revealed to be Moyang Bin, the current patriarch of the Moyang clan. Moyang Bin looked directly at the protagonist, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. He admitted that he had never seen his face before and formally introduced himself, asking the protagonist for his name. Without hesitation, the protagonist gave a straightforward reply. He identified himself as Li Jin-Eon, the eldest son of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. At that moment, the protagonist briefly wondered to himself if Moyang Bin was the correct patriarch, recalling that the previous patriarch had been Moyang Chu. Moyang Bin then turned to Ouyang and questioned why the patriarch of the Gu family was present, dragged along like a criminal. The protagonist, wearing a disappointed expression, replied that he would explain. He then narrated everything that had happened, detailing how Ouyang had orchestrated the attack. After explaining the situation, he pointed toward Ouyang and stated that the men attacking them had been hired by Gu Hyang-seng. Upon hearing this, one of Moyang Bin's subordinates expressed grave concern. He suggested that such an act of threatening the guild was a serious offense, and if the news spread, the martial world would ridicule them. He recommended silencing the young master to prevent further trouble. However, Moyang Bin immediately cut his subordinate off. Ignoring the suggestion, he instead turned his full attention to the protagonist and asked why he had come. He questioned whether the young master had come out of fear of repercussions, seeking to raise an alarm. The protagonist smiled at their suspicion and asked them what they would do if they were in his position. He left the question open-ended, putting the onus on them. Moyang Bin, contemplating the situation, thought to himself that if someone slaughtered his family and tried to brand him a criminal, the only solution would be to kill that person. But if that person happened to be Gu Hyang-seng, the matter would become even more complicated, entangling both the clan and the wider martial world. At that moment, Ouyang, with a strained voice, bitterly exclaimed how everything had gone wrong. He lamented that if the patriarchs hadn't laughed at him during their gathering, he wouldn't have fallen to such disgrace. His anger burst forth as he accused them of being responsible for his downfall and demanded their help. He insisted that since they had started the problem, it was their duty to assist him, swearing to repay them in kind if they helped him just once more. Later, Moyang Bin quickly struck Ouyang with a precise move, knocking him unconscious. He warned that if the situation continued, it would be him, Moyang Bin, who would be disgraced. Then he ordered his subordinates to arrest the 3 assassins, but instructed them not to kill them. His subordinate obeyed immediately, acknowledging the command. Moyang Bin then turned to the protagonist and apologized, saying it was a poor welcome and that the emperor's assembly was not a place for such people to cling to. He acknowledged that the protagonist had endured a lot and suggested that, since he wasn't leaving right away, they should share a meal together. The protagonist accepted the invitation, saying that at least the journey felt worthwhile. That night, as they sat at the same table, Moyang Bin looked at the protagonist with curiosity, wondering where someone like him had suddenly appeared from, especially after the way he defeated the Gu Hyang Patriarch. He then shared his thoughts on handling the matter, explaining that while he couldn't kill Gu Hyang Sing himself, he could deal with him within reason. He proposed sending Gu Hyang Sing to the Martial Alliance, shifting blame and resentment onto them so that both parties could find relief without compromising honor. Moang Bin added that the other patriarchs would likely agree to such a plan. The protagonist agreed that it sounded like a good solution. He then asked about the formal retirement ritual for martial artists, golden basin hand washing. Moang Bin explained that his father had been missing for over a year, and despite sending out search parties, they had been unable to find him. This left him branded as an unfilial son. The protagonist realized that this disappearance coincided with the time he reincarnated, suggesting that Moyang Chu must have died as well. He then asked if there had been any reports of clashes between Moyang Chu and the demonic path. Moyang Bin explained that the demonic path had been inactive for over 20 years, making it strange that his father would be targeted. The protagonist reflected that he himself had been ambushed without warning, indicating something suspicious. He then asked how Moyang Bin thought his father would fare against multiple swordsmen, and Moyang Bin replied that his father would never fall to a few attackers. The protagonist asked another question, suggesting that if those attackers had reached the level of sword-defying steel, it would have been an extraordinary situation. Moyang Bin was shocked by this thought. The protagonist's mind went back to his past experiences, realizing that some of his enemies had survived even his strongest attacks, meaning they must have been extraordinarily powerful. He concluded that only beings from beyond the heavens could withstand such strength. He wondered why the demonic path was acting covertly and what their ultimate goal could be. The scene then shifted to a mountain range, where a woman spotted a swordsman and declared that they had found the Sword King's location. The men accompanying her celebrated the discovery and prepared to hunt the king. The hills surrounding them were filled with countless figures with red eyes, ready for the hunt. The scene shifted back to the protagonist, who was still deep in thought. He wondered why the demonic path remained so secretive, even as a son searching for his father could find no trace of them. He questioned what their true motives could be and what they were after. Then he asked Moyang Bin if there was any news about the other top masters. Moyang Bin responded by repeating the word news, as if unsure, and then began recounting what he knew. He explained that not long ago, he saw Lord Blade Emperor in good health. He mentioned that Senior Ouyang Seng had shouted at them, suspecting they were mocking him, while the Blade Emperor had laughed loudly, indifferent to such tensions. The rest of the group had felt awkward because of the tense atmosphere. Moang Bin added that the Blade Emperor wasn't the type to care about offenses and would simply ignore them. He continued, saying that the Sword God had been in closed-door training for about half a year, and questioned what more skills such a master could possibly be honing. As for the Sword Emperor, Moyang Bin noted that he wandered without a fixed home, so they had no knowledge of his current state. The last time he visited, Moyang Bin informed him about his father's disappearance, but had not heard from him since. The Sword King, after partially retiring, had been focusing on training disciples. Regarding the Fist King, Moyang Bin trailed off, then added with a smile that the Fist King was rough-tempered and even his own father found him difficult to deal with. He speculated that the Fist King might be roaming the world searching for disciples or smashing some unorthodox faction, and that he wasn't someone easy to approach. The protagonist then set his teacup on the table and asked why it was so difficult to get along with the Fist King. Ouyang, shocked, asked if the protagonist didn't know about it, and then explained that the Fist King often beat up juniors from orthodox sects if they seemed arrogant, and thrashes seniors from unorthodox groups if displeased. He killed heretics whenever he encountered them, and even among the great clans, many young heirs have been slapped by him. The protagonist listened quietly, thinking for a moment but saying nothing, only expressing a thoughtful. Moang Bin then added that despite his rough nature, the Fist King was straightforward, kept every promise, and never hesitated to challenge seniors to sparring matches. From what Moang Bin had been told, the Fist King seemed like a warrior through and appeared to live a rather lonely life. The protagonist smiled slightly and replied that it wasn't all that lonely. Moang Bin, surprised, asked what he meant, but the protagonist ignored the question and simply said that he had eaten well. Then, as the conversation ended, Bin asked if the protagonist would be returning to the Merchant Guild. The protagonist replied with a simple yes. Bin then suggested that if the protagonist had no urgent matters, he could personally visit the Murim Alliance, since the Fist King headed there. The next day, at the Moyong clan, the protagonist prepared to leave. Before departing, Bin spoke to him, expressing that it was a wise decision to testify in person. This would allow them to shape the outcome according to their will. Then, Bin introduced a man to the protagonist. He explained that the man had just returned from an assignment near the clan's territory, so it would be helpful to introduce him in case the protagonist chose to accompany him. The man was Baekhangian, a member of the Murim Alliance. Baekhangian briefly introduced himself to the protagonist. Afterward, Bin turned his attention to Oh Hyang and mentioned that they would take care of his escort. He advised the protagonist and Baekhangian to set out ahead using light footwork, ensuring a swift and quiet departure. The protagonist acknowledged this instruction without hesitation. Before leaving, the protagonist requested Bin to take care of the Galaxy Merchant Guild during his absence. Bin, smiling gently, reassured him that the Moyong clan's warriors would be guarding the trading company in his absence. The protagonist then expressed his gratitude, stating that he would not forget the clan's kindness, and added one more important matter. He informed Bin that the assassins seemed to be part of an organization known as the Silver Blood Assassins. He asked that the Emperor's assembly investigate this group. Furthermore, he promised to lend his strength if their base was discovered. Bin agreed without difficulty, confirming that it would be easy to arrange. The protagonist smiled and remarked that, in truth, he had come prepared to cause trouble with the Moyong clan. However, thanks to Bin's wise judgment, he could leave without worry. He expressed his gratitude once more. With that, the protagonist and Baekhangian set out from the clan's territory. Watching them leave, Bin smiled to himself, amused by the young master's boldness. He thought about how the protagonist came alone, seemingly ready to stir up trouble, and found it entertaining. The scene then shifted to 4 days later. Inside a city, the protagonist arrived and Baekhangian walked through the middle of the streets. He observed the protagonist and thought to himself that the protagonist was as blunt and straightforward as he was. He also reflected that, during the past few days, this was the only conversation they had shared. The scene began with Beck walking through the city. While passing by, he accidentally bumped into a man and immediately apologized, saying, my apologies. As he noticed the cut on the man's face, he recalled something from a wanted poster and thought to himself, immoral guest, remembering that this was someone on the Martial World's wanted list. When the man tried to leave, Beck looked toward him and remarked that they seemed to have found someone listed as an enemy, and whether they killed or captured him, they would handle the situation. Upon hearing that, the protagonist responded by asking, a heretic, you say? The wanted man replied, yes, but stay nearby. It's dangerous. As Beck moved closer, the wanted man saw him coming and instantly panicked, crying out Kaya and fleeing. Beck thought to himself about the commotion and reflected on complaints about the Murim Alliance's handling of affairs. He considered that many heretics had been killing Alliance members and that it was no surprise to see a wanted criminal roaming freely. When Beck finally cornered the wanted man and his subordinates, he thought it might be a trap because both sides were missing arms. Surely they must have been defeated by the Alliance chief. Instead of attacking, Beck asked them if their seniors were still alive and encouraged them to challenge the Alliance chief again, calling it disgraceful to use a wanted criminal as bait. The thugs, excited, replied that cutting off arms was the Alliance chief's hobby and sending severed heads to him was their hobby. At that moment, the protagonist appeared from behind and said, quite a hobby, isn't it? The thugs instantly turned around, asking, who is there? Beck looked confused, wondering when the protagonist had caught up. The protagonist adjusted his shoulder and smiled, saying, me? The one whose hobby is beating people up. Li Jineon went to the Murim Alliance. The scene shifted to the Galaxy Merchant Group, where the protagonist's friend angrily wondered why the protagonist had gone to the Murim Alliance. He shouted questions about when and why this happened and yelled at his subordinates. The protagonist's brother, sweating, explained that it had been recommended by the Moyong clan head that the protagonist testify in person regarding the matter with the Ohyang family head. So they had received word that he would be leaving immediately, and the guards accompanying him were sent by the Moyong clan. He urged them to release him, saying he was an acquaintance. Despite this, the protagonist's friend sat down in front of the protagonist's house on the ground and complained that they had made an agreement, but he left anyway. After hearing the protagonist's brother ask what agreement he was referring to, the protagonist's friend glanced at him. He thought to himself, sweating, that he had struck someone 100,000 times, although admitting internally that saying it out loud felt embarrassing. Without much delay, he suddenly burst into action. Frustrated, he declared that if he wasn't told what to do next, he would relieve himself at the front gate and questioned whether anyone was listening. Seeing this outburst, the protagonist's brother and all the subordinates were instantly shocked. They quickly closed the door and advised the friend that if it was truly important, it would be better to chase after the protagonist and settle the matter in person. One of them mentioned being busy and excused himself. The protagonist's friend, disappointed, stood up from his seat. He expressed regret that the protagonist had already rushed off to the Murim Alliance. Then he picked up his umbrella, muttering to himself that the protagonist must think he was a fool. But he quickly corrected himself, insisting that he was no fool, he was the infamous Venom Fox. Gripping the umbrella tightly, he once more resolved to take action. He declared that, since things had escalated this far, he would storm the Murim Alliance. With renewed determination, he waved the umbrella and began counting aloud, imagining himself continuing to strike relentlessly, exaggerating his rage by counting beyond 100,000. As the group watched, one thug made a mocking remark to the captive, acknowledging the elder's presence and treating the situation as if the captive were worthless. Another thug used the distraction as an excuse to slip away, claiming urgent business. The protagonist responded with a direct provocation aimed at the captive, drawing his attention and provoking a sharp retort. The protagonist then remarked, without emotion, that there was no need to get worked up over ordinary impulses and asked Baek Hangyeong whether they had the authority to execute a registered public enemy on the spot. Baek confirmed that the Murim Alliance maintained a verified register of public enemies, and that with such verification, immediate execution was permitted. The protagonist adjusted his hand bandage and considered the idea of execution, while Baek, who had been traveling with him for 3 days, noticed internally that this was the first time he had seen the protagonist smile. The protagonist returned the observation with a brief expression of approval. The thugs reacted to the protagonist's composure by advancing, weapons raised and hostility clear. One of them rushed forward and threw 3 knives toward the protagonist. The protagonist dodged, caught one of the knives midair, and returned the weapons so that 2 of the attackers were struck. One managed to avoid being hit. The remaining thug watched in stunned frustration, suspecting that the protagonist had intentionally spared him. The protagonist moved in close and asked the captive what had motivated the attack. Rather than panic, the captive answered defiantly. His assault had been driven by spite and contempt, centered on a perceived disability of the protagonist. One thug lunged at the protagonist, declaring he meant to tear the object off and insulting him as he advanced. The attack was crude and aggressive. The thug justified his violence by saying the protagonist showed no use for the item, so he would take it himself. The protagonist looked down at the attacker with a composed, unreadable expression and interrupted the assault by seizing and crushing the thug's hand. The attacker screamed in pain, immediately realizing he had no chance to win. Inwardly, the thug acknowledged his helplessness and, panicked, offered to surrender. He proposed going to the Murim Alliance to accept punishment and try to bargain, claiming he held information about other operations that might be valuable. The protagonist leaned in, questioning the point of surrender. The thug, sweating and desperate, argued that surrender would close the case and that his information could be profitable. He attempted to continue, but never finished his plea. The protagonist ended it with a single, decisive strike to the face that killed the thug instantly. Standing over the body, he noted plainly that he was not a member of the Murim Alliance, and so had no need to accept formal surrender. At a short distance, the protagonist's companion watched the exchange without intervening. After the fight, the protagonist paused and considered whether he should have brought the man to the alliance instead of killing him. His companion disagreed. He regarded the thug as the sort who deserved death and advised not to worry about it. They moved on quickly. The protagonist said he was hungry and suggested they get something to eat. His companion agreed. Hearing the suggestion to eat, the protagonist's companion eagerly ran up to him, excited to agree. Not long after, the two of them were sitting together at a table inside a hotel. As they settled in, the companion remarked that the young master seemed to have a great deal of experience. After watching the earlier fight, he admitted that his curiosity about him had finally been resolved. The protagonist, calm and reserved, asked what exactly his companion had been curious about. The companion then explained honestly that he had struggled to believe the stories about the young master of the Merchant Guild defeating the head of the Ouyang family. After all, the protagonist's name was not yet widely known. The protagonist responded with simple understanding. His companion continued, however, saying that after witnessing the fight firsthand, it was clear he had the skill to back up those claims. He reassured the young master that he would personally vouch for his abilities, so there was no need to worry about testimony. The protagonist thanked him, though inwardly he noted how unusually talkative his companion had become. A moment later, the companion spoke again, this time with a more serious tone. He suggested that perhaps the young master should consider joining the Murim Alliance. Though the work was hard and the pay was low, skill was valued there above background or origin. In accordance with the Lord's words, the alliance prioritized personal ability. Someone like the protagonist, he said, could gain much by joining them. He also pointed out that while the protagonist was connected to the Emperor Assembly, that organization was entirely different. The Assembly offered easier work and far better pay, but it was dominated by the great clans. Outsiders had little chance to rise within its ranks. The great clans always favored their own, while most outsiders were merely martial artists chasing a large monthly salary. And when true battles erupted, he claimed, those same outsiders would scatter like autumn leaves in the wind. Hearing this, the protagonist recalled something from past experience. With a sigh, he replied that the Emperor Assembly was not entirely like that, saying the claim was too much of a leap. From the top floor of the restaurant, a man who had been watching their table interrupted. He agreed that the statement was true enough, then added with amusement that it sounded less like the Murim Alliance and more like a so-called slander alliance. He scolded them not to tear down others with such careless words, and mocked the comparison that described the Emperor Assembly as autumn leaves in the wind, calling it unbelievable. The companion immediately stood, realizing his mistake. With a respectful tone, he admitted that he had spoken impolitely and asked for the man's name so that he could properly apologize. The man responded with a smile, saying that his surname was a compound one, Autumn Wind, and his given name was in Wild. The protagonist then told his companion that his apology was enough and there was no need to worry further. His companion, relieved, sat back down and agreed. The protagonist, still thoughtful, asked his companion if it was possible that this man had also come because of Ouyang Seng, noting that he seemed to belong to the Emperor Assembly. When the protagonist asked about the man from earlier, his companion replied with a disappointed look. He admitted that he did not know him, but reasoned that, since he was with the Emperor Assembly, he had likely come because of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The protagonist repeated the name of the tournament, acknowledging it. His companion then looked at him thoughtfully and asked if he was perhaps interested in it as well. He explained that, being young and exceptionally skilled in martial arts, the protagonist was perfectly qualified to take part. Since the Dragon Phoenix tournament was a grand event watched by the entire martial world, it would be a valuable experience. The protagonist simply answered that he was not interested. Surprised, his companion pressed further, asking if he really would ignore such a chance to build his reputation. The protagonist calmly explained that reputation was not something built through a single event. As one grew stronger, it would naturally build on its own. His companion could only reply that it was a shame because the alliance leader had promised a top-grade elixir as the reward for the winner. The moment he said this, however, the protagonist's attitude shifted completely, and with sudden excitement he declared that he would participate. Caught off guard by the quick reversal, his companion stared in shock, admitting that he had not expected the change and apologizing. The protagonist brushed it off, saying it was fine, since everyone makes mistakes, but added that his companion should have led with the part about the elixir from the beginning. After finishing their meal, the two got up to leave, politely thanking the innkeeper. The companion reminded the protagonist that just a little farther ahead they would reach the Murim Alliance. But before they could step outside, the man from earlier, the one who had joined their conversation, passed by with his group. Clicking his tongue, he mocked them, saying that instead of the Slander Alliance, they now looked more like the Slow Alliance, starving them right at the gate. Hearing this, the companion grew irritated and thought to himself that these people were clearly holding a grudge. He then turned to the protagonist and suggested, half seriously, that from this point on they should run as fast as the autumn wind. The protagonist looked at him in confusion but agreed, and the two instantly took off at high speed. The dust cloud they left behind made one of the group members from the Emperor Assembly furious. He angrily remarked that their actions were obviously intentional, pointing at the dust they had kicked up. But the man named Autumn Wind, their young master, simply gave instructions to his group. He told Yinseal to follow along slowly with the guests, while he himself dashed off after the protagonist and his companion, determined to show them what real light footwork looked like. The group encouraged him, shouting for him to teach the two a lesson. One of them, a girl, simply wondered to herself what was driving him to act that way. Not long after, all three, Autumn Wind, the protagonist, and his companion, were racing ahead at incredible speed. They reached their destination almost at the same time, but the protagonist landed first. The other two touched down just after him. The companion stared at the protagonist in shock, thinking to himself how impossible it seemed for him to be so fast. He grew nervous, realizing that at this rate, the Emperor Assembly's young master might actually win. Both Autumn Wind and the companion sped up to catch up, and soon they landed together. The companion, out of breath, asked the protagonist to confirm who had won, insisting that he thought he had barely managed to take first place. But Autumn Wind immediately mocked him, saying his eyes must be failing if he thought that was the case. Still struggling to breathe, the companion urged the protagonist to hurry and tell them the result. But before the protagonist could answer, a man suddenly approached with confidence. He interrupted, questioning what meaning their little race even had. Both the companion and Autumn Wind instantly looked up in shock and addressed him with respect, calling him the Alliance Leader. The Alliance Leader, calm and authoritative, declared that in any case, the winner was the young master standing before them, the protagonist. The Alliance Leader acknowledged Hangyong's efforts, recognizing that he had done well. At that moment, Wai Yunwal of the Hua clan stepped forward, formally introducing himself and greeting the Alliance Leader with respect. The Alliance Leader then turned his attention to the protagonist, noting that he must be the young master of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. Upon realizing this, Wai Yunwal regarded the protagonist carefully and thought to himself that this was the one who had defeated the head of the Ouyang family, and that it now made sense why he had such a strong reputation. In response to the Alliance Leader's words, the protagonist identified himself as Li Jin Eon of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. The Alliance Leader then formally introduced himself as Yu Zhonghong, stating it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Yu Zhonghong's gaze then shifted back to Wai Yunwal as he asked if he had come to participate in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Wai Yunwal confirmed his purpose. After that, Yu Zhonghong looked again at Li Jin Eon, wishing him good luck and asking if the two of them were heading to the tournament hall. He then offered to accompany them. The protagonist responded with a confident smile, agreeing without hesitation. The group began walking together. Before leaving, Wai Yunwal bowed respectfully to the Alliance Leader, but then turned briefly to the protagonist, declaring that he would see him at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. With that, he departed, while the protagonist watched him leave with a blank expression. As they continued inside, the Alliance Leader spoke once more, pointing out that Hangyong had come in last place during the lightness skill test. Embarrassed by this, Hangyong protested, insisting that it couldn't be true, as he thought they had all arrived at almost the same time. The Alliance Leader explained to Hangyong that he hadn't given his full effort during the lightness skill test. Since he was preparing for the Dragon Phoenix tournament, He likely wanted to conserve his strength while gauging the competition. Laughing lightly, the alliance leader added that it seemed Hangyong, not wanting to lose, had ended up running alongside him. Embarrassed by this observation, Hangyong turned a red face toward the protagonist and asked if he had known about it. The protagonist didn't respond directly but smiled knowingly, giving away his awareness. Hangyong realized this and observed that the protagonist was the type to notice subtle schemes. The protagonist, smiling calmly, remarked that there was nothing to resent about hiding one's strength before a duel. It was natural for anyone preparing for a serious contest. The alliance leader responded with mild exasperation, but reassured him that there was no need to feel embarrassed, smiling gently at the protagonist. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Murim Alliance Tournament Hall. As the alliance leader entered the main hall, everyone accompanying him greeted him respectfully. Standing in the center of the hall, he instructed everyone else to leave, stating that only the young master of the Merchant Guild was to stay. He explained that the matter regarding Ouyang Seng would be decided after confirming the young master's strength. Everyone acknowledged his orders and exited. The alliance leader then called the protagonist closer. Sweating slightly, the protagonist obeyed, addressing him respectfully. As he approached, he reflected internally on the gravity of standing face-to-face with Yu Zhonghong, the leader of the Murim Alliance. He recalled Yu Zhonghong's fame, his near-equal standing to the three divine stars, and his pivotal role in the final battle against the demonic sect during the Five Dragons War, commanding the entire Orthodox faction at the forefront. This was a man truly worthy of respect. Noticing the protagonist's serious expression, Yu Zhonghong commented on it, noting that in the martial world, he often encountered people like him. Yet, he found juniors like the protagonist easier to deal with, since what they displayed outwardly matched what was inside. Surprised by the comment, the protagonist allowed himself a small smile, which the alliance leader noticed, gently remarking that he looked even better when smiling. Suddenly, Yu Zhonghong's gaze intensified, and he asked the protagonist if he was a disciple of the Fist King. The question shocked the protagonist. Seeing no immediate response, Yu Zhonghong clarified, asking if the protagonist had learned any techniques from the Fist King. The protagonist's expression darkened with disappointment as he asked the alliance leader how he could possibly know such details. The alliance leader, noticing his reaction, tilted his head and asked why he was upset, pointing out that he practiced fist techniques. The protagonist confirmed this with a simple yes. The alliance leader then asked if he wielded lightning chi, to which the protagonist affirmed. He went on to explain the major sects known for using lightning chi in the martial world: Seomun, Namgung, Bakery, and Oreo. He elaborated that Seomun specialized in the way of the sword, Namgung the way of the blade. Bakery had abandoned martial arts after repeated failures, leaving only the Oreo sect, where the Fist King belonged. He added that, since the Fist King passed everything down to a single successor, calling it a sect might even be an exaggeration. The protagonist, smiling to himself, thought that this was exactly what he had expected from the alliance leader. With a steady, intense gaze, he confirmed that he was indeed the Fist King's successor. The alliance leader patted his shoulder, noting that he resembled his master, and pointed out that those who fully master lightning chi often carry a domineering aura, their gaze, presence, tone, and even personality radiating the power of thunder and lightning. He continued, explaining that he had no particular memories of the Fist King personally, because the man had always aimed to become a force capable of tearing apart the heavens on his own. He reflected aloud, wondering who could possibly befriend someone with such ambitions, and admitted that he had not heard any news about him. The protagonist replied calmly that, much like the former head of the Moyang clan, he had also received no word of the Fist King. Hearing this, the alliance leader was visibly shocked and mentioned Moyang Chu, noting that it had always been difficult to hear from the Fist King, but this was an even more serious situation. The protagonist explained that all connections had been cut, permanently, in his mind adding the heavy thought. The alliance leader, reflecting on the news, decided that it should be reported to the three divine stars as well, emphasizing the severity of mighty figures in the martial world vanishing one after another. His expression darkened with anger, and he speculated whether the demonic sect had begun to move again. Turning to the protagonist, he remarked that if the demonic sect rose once more, they would have no choice but to fight them as in the past, but noted that these events had likely occurred before the protagonist was even born. Shocked, the protagonist realized he was being referred to the Five Dragons War and asked for confirmation. The Alliance leader spoke to the protagonist with a measured tone, explaining the history behind the Five Dragons War. He recounted that after that battle, another confrontation had occurred in which the three divine stars faced a single grandmaster of the demonic sect, a lone man whose power and presence had left a lasting mark. He described the unimaginable intensity of that moment, remarking that even hearing the sword god remained in seclusion brought the memories rushing back. Despite the battle determining the outcome of the war between the orthodox and demonic factions, the three divine stars had faced only one adversary. Gently taking the protagonist's hand, the Alliance leader shared that this was a hidden history he often recounted to the members of the Alliance, emphasizing the need for them to grow stronger. He warned that if the Grandmaster had left descendants, they would be around the protagonist's age now. With firm eyes, he stressed that the junior must grow overwhelmingly strong. And selfishly so, reassuring him, the Alliance leader touched on the matter of Ouyang Sang, assuring the protagonist that there was no reason to doubt him as the Fist King's successor. Ouyang Sang would be imprisoned in the Alliance's dungeon, and the decision was final. Then, shifting the topic, he reminded the protagonist of the Dragon Phoenix tournament and encouraged him to rest. The protagonist responded with a quiet, "Thank you." Later, as night fell, the protagonist walked toward his room, recalling the earlier conversation. He asked the Alliance leader about the Grandmaster who had fought the three divine stars alone. The leader replied philosophically that the pinnacle of the demonic path needed no name. The protagonist pressed further, asking if the man was truly dead. The leader explained that he had been killed, cut again, and finally burned, with his ashes scattered across 5 sacred mountains: Huangshan, Wui, Taishan, Laoshan, and Amei. He added that if any calamity arising now was connected to this, whether by descendant or otherwise, he would ensure nothing remained. The protagonist, reflecting silently, observed the Alliance leader alone in the Grand Hall. He no longer seemed like the respected senior of the martial world, but rather like a monster forged by the era itself, an entity shaped by relentless battles between demonic and orthodox factions. He considered that, in some ways, he himself would have been no different. The martial world, born of constant slaughter, reminded him of the Asura realm. As he walked toward his room, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, asking if the conversation had gone well. The protagonist turned to see Warrior Beck, responding calmly that it had, which pleased Beck. Understanding the young master might find staying within the Alliance uncomfortable, Beck informed him that lodging had been arranged outside and offered to guide him there. The protagonist simply thanked him. Upon reaching the room, the protagonist expressed his gratitude again, noting that the room was promised to have good sunlight. From inside, a voice greeted him. The protagonist, relaxed, recognized the voice and remarked that the person had finally arrived. Sitting arrogantly on a chair, with one foot propped on the table, the protagonist's friend, the fox, commented on the luxuriousness of the room, lamenting that he had even lost sleep to arrive there. Surprised, the protagonist asked how he had found the place. The fox explained that he had gone from inn to inn, inquiring under the name Li Jianian. To make his point, he tossed an umbrella toward the protagonist, declaring with a confident grin that he had kept his promise, traveling by horseback and boat to get there, ready to ask the next question. The Venom Fox looked at the protagonist while holding his hand, impatiently demanding to know what they were waiting for and urging him to tell the next step quickly. Hearing that, the protagonist sighed to himself and asked if there was any good place nearby where he could train. One of the Alliance members responded, saying he knew of a suitable place. The next day, the protagonist and the Alliance member stood before a large waterfall. The member pointed out that this secluded spot was perfect for training and mentioned that members of the Murim Alliance, including himself, often used it. The Venom Fox looked around, noting how spacious it was. After that, the protagonist and the Alliance member bowed to each other, thanking him for bringing them there. The member told him not to mention it and began to take his leave, addressing the protagonist formally as Young Master Lee. The Venom Fox quickly introduced himself as Chul Myungo, to which the Alliance member respectfully replied and then left. After the man's departure, Chul spoke from behind, asking if the protagonist was also planning to train. He questioned this, saying that the protagonist already seemed strong enough, recalling how he had once used lightning. Both of them stood atop a cliff as the protagonist explained that he couldn't rely solely on the white lightning 10-phase art anymore. Since his inner energy had deepened, he wanted to practice the Phantom Blossom Divine art as well. Chul looked confused, asking what the white lightning technique even was. The protagonist, with a hint of sarcasm, brushed him off, telling him he wouldn't understand. This irritated Chul, who snapped back angrily, demanding to know if he was being looked down upon. After a brief pause, the protagonist decided to explain it anyway, telling Chul to listen carefully since he would only say it once. He began to describe the white lightning 10-phase art, saying it was focused purely on powerful offensive techniques. As he spoke, energy surged around him, lightning flickering across his body. He then explained that offense alone wasn't enough to overcome true martial masters. That's why he needed something more balanced. The Phantom Blossom Divine art, he said, specialized in countering, exploiting, and redirecting an opponent's techniques. Chul listened seriously, thinking about how the art allowed one to turn opponent's strength against them. The protagonist went on, explaining that the ultimate secret of this art was something called the Phantom Reach, a technique that allowed him to move distant objects without touching them, bend the path of an opponent's weapon, or even seize it outright. He added that for a close combat fighter like him, mastering this art was absolutely essential. Hearing this, Chul could only respond with a stunned reaction before simplifying the explanation in his own way, comparing it to a thief's trick. The protagonist immediately shot him a sharp look, telling him not to try to understand it with his dull mind. Chul grumbled, giving up on arguing any further. The atmosphere then lightened as the protagonist acknowledged Chul's progress in training. He noted that at least Chul was starting to grasp the basics, saying those 100,000 strikes weren't wasted after all. When asked how it felt to finally reach his goal, Chul simply flexed his arms and said he felt nothing except that they were now thicker. The Venom Fox grumbled in irritation, saying the protagonist should have just told him nicely from the start. But the protagonist ignored his complaints, taking on the tone of a true master as he began to explain the core essence of martial arts. He reflected that he had given the Venom Fox a chance only because he saw potential in him, but not everyone was capable of seizing such an opportunity. To truly test him, he decided to make things even tougher. He then gave a brutally honest assessment of the Venom Fox's training, explaining that out of the 100,000 downward strikes he had practiced, only one was truly worth anything. The lesson that followed carried the weight of life and death. He explained that if one wanted to block, parry, or counter an enemy's attack, they had to identify and use the most efficient motion from all those countless swings. Failing to do so would simply mean death. The Venom Fox tried to process it, repeated the idea of finding the most efficient strike, realizing how much precision martial arts truly demanded. The protagonist continued, elaborating on how a real martial art was created. It began by isolating the best movements, the single most efficient strike out of 100,000, the most precise slash out of 200,000, and the fastest, sharpest thrust out of 300,000. Once these were extracted, they would be refined, connected, and rearranged to form a complete sequence. This, he explained, was known as a basic form. He went on to describe how martial masters from different sects would then research, modify, and polish those sequences over long periods of repetition until they achieved the perfection known as swordsmanship. But he warned that learning swordsmanship itself wasn't the end. Applying it in real combat was an entirely different matter. He emphasized that one had to gain real experience to develop true battle instinct, and that running their mouth without gaining that instinct would only lead to an early death. Hearing this overwhelming explanation, the Venom Fox suddenly burst out with a humorous realization, saying that he finally understood why martial artists tended to lose their minds during training. It was because they were all insane to begin with. The protagonist replied calmly, reminding him that there were people in the Jianghu even crazier than he was. The Venom Fox could only weakly admit that it might be true. Seeing that his message had started to sink in, the protagonist reassured him, saying there was no need to worry because he had never planned on teaching him any difficult sword techniques in the first place. The Venom Fox looked surprised and questioned why, asking if it wouldn't make it harder for him to grow stronger, especially since there were already countless martial artists who had trained in the great sex techniques earlier and harder than he ever could. The protagonist dismissed this belief, explaining that joining a famous sect, mastering its renowned sword techniques, or training under a great master weren't the only paths to true strength. Becoming stronger, he said, was something much deeper, and it all depended on a single crucial factor. The protagonist delivered his core message, a simple yet deeply profound truth, by asking who lives their life more seriously. The Venom Fox, thinking for a moment, admitted he sort of understood, to which the protagonist casually replied that he hadn't expected much anyway. Their conversation, however, didn't remain private for long. It was suddenly revealed that they had been watched the entire time. The Alliance leader and one of his subordinates stepped out from hiding. The subordinate, the same one who had guided them to the training spot, quickly bowed in apology, explaining that he hadn't realized the leader planned to use the place and had brought the two of them there instead. The Alliance leader, appearing amused rather than annoyed, dismissed the concern and said he was simply enjoying the show. Seizing the moment, the protagonist shifted the topic towards sword arts. He explained that if people were asked to name the greatest sword technique in all of Jianghu's history, 9 out of 10 would point to Dako's 9 sword strikes. The Venom Fox, recalling his childhood, got excited and mentioned how he used to swing a stick pretending to use Dako's techniques. But the protagonist then revealed that there existed a sword art even greater than that. Curious, the Venom Fox asked what it was, and the protagonist answered, the sword art of Jin Sohan, a man known to be obsessed with swords. The Venom Fox admitted he had never heard the name, prompting the protagonist to share what he knew from his past life. Jin Sohan, he explained, wasn't part of any sect. He was born into a troupe of traveling performers and learned sword dance as part of their act. The Venom Fox, misunderstanding, joked that it must have been one of those seductive dances that cut off people's clothes, and to his shock, the protagonist calmly confirmed it. Stunned, the Venom Fox asked if that was really true, and the protagonist clarified that Jin Sohan used to dance with the older women who had raised him. He then asked the Venom Fox to imagine the boy's mindset, a child who practiced sword dancing for over 10 years, not to harm, but to protect and avoid hurting those who cared for him. He described Jin Sohan as an orphan of the world, a man who trained with the sword purely to avoid drawing blood. When that same man finally learned how to wield a killing sword, his enlightenment burst forth all at once. And it was through that moment that he surpassed Dako's 9 sword strikes and created the greatest sword art in existence. The Venom Fox, unexpectedly moved, called it a beautiful story. But the protagonist explained that it wasn't the sword dance itself that made it great, nor the brilliance of the art or the prestige of a sect. What mattered was that Jin Sohan had lived earnestly through 10 years of training. That sincerity was the true source of strength. He tied the lesson back to the Venom Fox, saying that how strong one becomes depends entirely on the kind of life one chooses to live, whether as a mere rat or as the poisonous fox. He ended his teaching with a simple, quiet remark, that was all. The Venom Fox stood silently, processing everything he'd heard. Then, with determination in his eyes, he asked for the next step. Before answering, the protagonist asked him if he would have any regrets. The Venom Fox, now unwavering, replied that he never would. Inspired, he shouted his resolve that this time he wouldn't stop at 100,000 strikes, but would swing 1,000,000 instead. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader, who had been silently observing, admired what he'd seen. He commented that young Master Li truly was something, recalling the tri-sword technique. His expression softened into a nostalgic one as he thought about his long years in the Muram Alliance, where friends and subordinates had gradually vanished one by one. Moved by what he had witnessed, the passion, the mentorship, the dedication, the Alliance leader decided to offer something in return. Saying that he had enjoyed such a good show, he mentioned preparing a gift. As he activated a mysterious power, the Venom Fox looked on in disbelief, thinking to himself that now even telekinesis was being used. The Venom Fox, Chul Myungo, stood frozen in disbelief as he stared at the Murim Alliance leader, his thoughts echoing in shock. Alliance leader. The old man's calm, yet commanding presence made the air feel heavier. Stepping forward, the Alliance leader looked directly at Kang Daehan, also known as Li Jin-yeon, and requested to speak with him privately. Daehan greeted him respectfully, noting that it had been a while since their last meeting. The Alliance leader acknowledged the greeting and mentioned that he had seen Daehan training several times before, commending him for his diligence. Watching the exchange, the Venom Fox was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. The man standing before them was the rumored leader of the Murim Alliance, someone said to be as elusive as a legend. His mind raced with confusion, wondering how Li Jin-yeon could possibly know someone of that status. As the Alliance leader's attention shifted toward him, he felt a jolt of nervousness. When the leader asked who he was, Chul Myungo bowed quickly, introducing himself with all the respect he could muster. The Alliance leader's sharp gaze fell upon the scar etched across Myungo's cheek, and he calmly remarked that it looked like a sword wound. Flustered, Myungo clarified that it wasn't from a sword, but a dagger. The leader's tone remained even as he asked what had happened. Under the pressure of the man's authority, Myungo stammered, unable to form a proper excuse. When the leader gently pressed whether it had happened during a duel or in training, panic overtook him, and he blurted out the truth. He admitted that he had once run a gambling den and had gotten into a fight with a debtor who stabbed him with a dagger. As soon as the words left his mouth, regret hit him like a thunderclap. He internally scolded himself for blurting out something so shameful before the Murim Alliance leader. He could have claimed honor, a duel, or at least training gone wrong, but instead, he confessed to running a gambling den. To his surprise, the Alliance leader didn't scold or ridicule him. Instead, he simply nodded and said he understood. Then, with a faint trace of nostalgia, the leader began to share a story of his own past. He told them his father once ran a brewery, supplying liquor to taverns and often carrying the loads himself. One day, the young leader had seen his father being beaten by drunkards. He hadn't known how to use a sword then, so he had grabbed a stick and swung it wildly until the men were all knocked to the ground. He described how his father, shocked, ran to him and tried to stop the bleeding on his arm, a wound he hadn't even noticed at the time. His father then carried him home on his back. He recalled how long it had been since he'd been carried like that, how his father's torn, sweat-soaked sleeve brushed against his arm. And perhaps that was why, he explained, that scar never faded. He ended his story with a quiet but powerful truth. Whenever one steps into the Jianghu, they always carry a story of their own. His eyes then moved to the Venom Fox's battered umbrella. He asked if that tattered thing was his weapon. Embarrassed, Myungo admitted that it wasn't even his. He had borrowed it from Kang Daehan. The Alliance leader nodded in understanding, then offered something unexpected. He said that this time, he would lend Myungo a weapon himself. From his side, he brought forth a black umbrella and handed it over. The Venom Fox immediately noticed its weight, almost staggering as he held it, exclaiming how heavy it was. The Alliance leader explained that it was a black iron umbrella, a gift from the Moyon clan to the Murim Alliance. Every rib and the entire shaft were forged from black iron, giving it immense weight and durability. He told him that even if he swung it 1,000,000 times, it wouldn't break. Holding the weapon with awe, the Venom Fox tried to hide his amazement behind laughter, admitting he wasn't sure if he even deserved such a gift. The Alliance leader then looked at him steadily, his tone soft yet probing. He asked Myungo if he regretted living such a shameful life, a question that pierced deeper than any blade could. After reflecting sincerely on the Alliance leader's question, the Venom Fox admits with honesty that he does regret living a shameful life. Hearing this, the Alliance leader tells him that if a man can correct his past mistakes and live properly today, he is already a good man. There's no need to dwell on what's gone. The words hit deeply, offering both comfort and redemption. The Venom Fox acknowledges the lesson with respect, and the Alliance leader, satisfied, prepares to leave. Before departing, He mentions that spending too much time with an old man can be tiring and expresses his hope to see them both again at the upcoming Dragon Phoenix tournament. Kang Daehan responds respectfully to the parting words, while the alliance leader adds one final remark. Whether Kang Daehan chooses to fight with his fists or his umbrella, he hopes their next meeting will be as allies of the Orthodox faction. Moved beyond words, the Venom Fox remains behind, overwhelmed by everything that just happened. When Kang Daehan casually tells him it's time for lunch, he refuses, saying he'll continue training instead. Left alone, he stares at the black iron umbrella, a priceless gift from the alliance leader himself, and bursts into a mix of laughter and tears, torn between pride and disbelief. From a short distance, one watches the scene, quietly wondering whether the Venom Fox is laughing or crying. A few days pass, and the story shifts to the eve of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The setting is lively. The Eve Festival has begun. The announcer's voice booms across the crowd, explaining that the festival exists so participants can test their skills freely before the main event. Since the tournament attracts countless contenders, many exhaust themselves just waiting for their turn. So this is their chance to challenge anyone they've been eager to face. The announcer makes it clear that if anyone realizes tonight that they're not strong enough, they shouldn't bother showing up tomorrow, because the tournament doesn't need weaklings slowing things down. The crowd cheers loudly in agreement, fully fired up. Kang Daehan observes the energy of the festival with interest, thinking that it actually looks quite fun. Meanwhile, the Venom Fox, now easily recognizable by the black iron umbrella he carries, draws attention immediately. One martial artist shouts at him, mocking his weapon and demanding to see what kind of umbrella techniques he's got. Irritated, the Venom Fox snaps back, accusing the man of being the one who picked the fight first. The tension grows as Kang Daehan watches from nearby, sighing in mild annoyance at how distracting the whole scene is becoming. The crowd around the arena bursts into laughter and mocking whispers when they see the Venom Fox holding his umbrella. Many jeer at him, questioning if he's seriously planning to use such a ridiculous weapon, joking that maybe the Muram Alliance has started banning umbrellas as actual weapons. The laughter spreads, filling the entire area with derision. The Venom Fox, his face turning red with anger, shouts back furiously, demanding why everyone is making such a big deal out of it. Watching from a distance, Kang Daehan can't help but sigh to himself, thinking that even among martial masters, the short temper of his still hasn't changed. Truly a lunatic. Growing even more frustrated, the Venom Fox yells back at the crowd, asking if they even know who gave him this umbrella. His pride flaring, he finally accepts the challenge thrown his way, declaring that he'll entertain them. He introduces himself confidently, stating that he's Chil Myung-go, a man who's swung his sword 100,000 times and recently learned both slashing and thrusting techniques from his master. Just as he said those words, Venom Fox instantly lunged toward his opponent, shouting that the one who strikes first wins. The umbrella shot forward at incredible speed, and the opponent's eyes widened as he thought to himself that Venom Fox was fast. In a flash, he dodged the incoming strike, and the umbrella crashed into the ground. As he observed it closely, the opponent noticed something odd. The umbrella was shorter than usual. That realization made him grin with excitement as he prepared to counterattack, mocking Venom Fox for not being able to handle his own weapon. But before he could finish his taunt, Venom Fox suddenly turned and began running away. The crowd erupted in confusion, wondering what he was doing. His opponent shouted after him, chasing him across the small stage while wondering in his head if Venom Fox was really running away. Venom Fox, however, had his own thoughts. He would retreat for now. To everyone's astonishment, he began circling around the stage, avoiding direct confrontation. The spectators burst into laughter, saying they had never seen a duel like this before. Then, without warning, the opponent caught up and struck Venom Fox hard, knocking him to the ground. Towering over him, he mocked the fallen fighter, calling him a fool for thinking he could keep running on such a small stage. He sneered that watching Venom Fox scurry around like a rat had at least been entertaining before ordering him to get up so he could teach him something useful. Struggling to his feet, sweat dripping down his face, Venom Fox cursed under his breath. He complained about being knocked down only to be told to get up again, questioning why he should go along with his opponent's arrogance. The opponent grew irritated and swung a powerful strike toward Venom Fox's stomach. But before it landed, Venom Fox grabbed the weapon, thinking that this much would be enough. Using that moment, he began swinging his umbrella in counterattack. However, his strikes couldn't reach. The umbrella's short range left him frustrated. He realized again that it was still too short. His opponent, full of confidence, mocked him for his sloppy side slash, ridiculing him and doubting his skill with thrusts. The opponent, growing more heated, decided to demonstrate himself and lunged with an aggressive thrust. The audience became more excited, cheering that Venom Fox was getting beaten one-sidedly. They mocked him for being all talk earlier, demanding the fight be finished already. Venom Fox struggled against the relentless assault, taking a hard kick to the face. Embarrassed, he thought about how everyone had seen his humiliation. But even then, he didn't fall. Staggering but still on his feet, he endured the pain. His opponent called him crazy, mocking him again for not giving up, then charged in to finish the fight. As the attack came, Venom Fox steadied himself, gripping his umbrella tightly and lifting it upward to strike. He reflected bitterly on his past foolishness, but decided that from now on, he would live differently. Using the momentum from his opponent's attack, Venom Fox swung his umbrella in one decisive motion. He laughed slightly, thanking his opponent for closing the distance, the perfect opening. In that single strike, he brought his opponent down. The crowd gasped in disbelief, murmuring in shock about the power of that umbrella. Venom Fox stood there, breathing heavily, facing his fallen opponent. Then, with trembling hands, he pointed his umbrella toward his master. As memories of his training and the lessons he had received flashed in his mind, he silently thanked his master for saving and teaching him. He vowed to repay that kindness, because he was Cheol Myongo, the stubborn fighter who never gives up. Back in the present, still pointing his umbrella toward his master, Venom Fox declared his victory. The protagonist looked at him and smiled, while the crowd erupted once more, astonished that he had actually won, with just a single strike from an umbrella. Venom Fox struggled to stay on his feet, standing weakly in the middle of the crowd. Though he tried to act tough, his body was drained and covered in blood. His breathing was heavy, and it was clear he had reached his limit. As he looked ahead, ready to end it all, several people suddenly stepped onto the stage. One of them stopped him, mocking him for getting overconfident after landing a lucky hit. Soon, more joined in, arguing among themselves about who would deal with him first. Despite his exhaustion, Venom Fox gave a faint, tired smile. Surrounded by hostile opponents, he knew he was in no condition to fight back. His body trembled as he tried to steady himself, forcing his mind to stay focused. Before the situation could escalate further, the protagonist appeared beside him. Without saying anything, he faced the crowd. His calm presence alone was enough to make everyone hesitate. The people around them suddenly felt uneasy, unsure why they were intimidated by someone who hadn't even spoken yet. One of them broke the silence and questioned who the newcomer was. The protagonist responded briefly, introducing himself as a contestant of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Venom Fox, still weak but relieved, asked why he had come down. The protagonist simply replied that he was there to enjoy the festival. Seeing his master standing before him, Venom Fox's fear eased. Confidence returned to his eyes as he looked at the people surrounding them. The sight of his master was enough to assure him that the situation was under control. When the people around heard the exchange, they began murmuring among themselves, surprised to realize who the newcomer was. They recognized him as the master of the Umbrella Guy, and a wave of hesitation spread through the crowd. Meanwhile, Venom Fox looked at them with a faint smirk, thinking about how quickly they had turned timid. Just moments ago, they were ready to attack him, but now, faced with his master, none dared to make a move. He found it amusing how fear changed their attitude so easily. However, exhaustion soon caught up with him. His vision blurred, and his legs weakened as he almost collapsed. Before he could fall, a calm voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. A young man stepped onto the stage, politely suggesting they end the commotion since it was getting late and everyone needed a rest before the main event. The crowd turned toward him in surprise, immediately recognizing the newcomer as the young master of the Wa clan. His presence drew whispers from the onlookers, who commented on his striking appearance and how the rumors of his charm were true. The young master quietly leaned toward the protagonist, speaking in a low voice. He advised him not to waste energy or cause unnecessary attention if his goal was to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The protagonist, unfazed, gave a calm but teasing reply, which made the young master smile before introducing himself as Waunwul. Seeing the growing tension ease, the others quickly agreed to disperse, deciding it was best to end things there. As everyone began to leave, Waunwul turned to the protagonist with a pleasant smile, suggesting they meet later for a drink. He mentioned that he had something to give him and invited him to his room, noting they were staying nearby. The protagonist agreed, and Waunwul cheerfully told him he would see him in an hour before turning to Venom Fox, complimenting him for leaving quite an impression. Later that evening, Waunwul sat in a quiet restaurant, sipping tea. A young woman entered and addressed him as her brother. Smiling, he teased her for speaking so casually before she immediately questioned why he had interfered in the duel earlier. Waunwul explained that since the young master, the protagonist, was aiming for the championship, there was no need to reveal his full power before the tournament. He then asked what she thought of him, and she admitted that he seemed strong. Waunwul agreed, elaborating that during a past speed contest, the young master had deliberately matched his pace, maintaining the exact distance between them the entire time. It proved his composure and experience. With a thoughtful smile, Waunwul admitted that although he had planned to defeat every successor of the Emperor's Assembly, he might sit out this year's tournament instead. His sister was surprised, asking if the protagonist was truly that strong. He calmly told her that even without using inner power, the young master could have defeated everyone there through sheer physical strength alone. Jokingly, he teased his sister, asking if she had taken a liking to him. Embarrassed, she denied it, but he continued playfully, suggesting that if she did, she might as well follow their father's advice and marry him. Flustered, she protested, but Waunwul explained that forming a connection with someone backed by the world's greatest merchant guild would be more advantageous than allying with another clan. Realizing what he was hinting at, she became annoyed and tried to leave, insisting she only wanted to see if the man was truly that strong. As she turned to go, Waunwul teasingly told her to think carefully since once the tournament began, it would be too late. She called out to him in frustration, insisting that the man wasn't her type. At that moment, as she stepped forward, she unexpectedly found herself face to face with the protagonist, who had just arrived. Startled, she froze when she saw him standing in front of her. The protagonist greeted her politely, asking if he could come in. From behind, Waunwul chuckled softly, amused by the sudden encounter. When the protagonist appeared before her, Yunseal instantly avoided eye contact and, in her panic, accidentally slammed her forehead against the door. Watching her awkward reaction, the protagonist could only stare in confusion, wondering if she was actually insane before dismissing the thought. Before the situation could get any more awkward, Waunwul interrupted with a calm tone, introducing his sister. He explained that the girl with her head against the wall was his foolish younger sister, Yunseal, one of the strongest candidates for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. He added that she had a tomboyish nature, but before he could finish, Yunseal shouted angrily at him and ran to hug him in embarrassment. After calming down, she turned toward the protagonist and introduced herself properly as Yunseal. The protagonist, slightly awkward, introduced himself in return as Li Jianian. Later, the three of them sat together at a table as Yunseal poured tea for him. While trying to compose herself, she silently questioned why she was even there. Breaking the silence, Waunwul handed something to his sister and asked her to give it to the young master. She protested, confused about why she had to do it, but her brother only smiled and turned toward Li Jianian, teasing that Yunseal had earlier found him impressive and wanted to offer him something personally. The protagonist, taken aback, thought to himself that he hadn't done anything to deserve such praise. Yunseal, trying to remain composed, presented him with a small box and explained that it contained the treasured fist guard of their clan. It wasn't a weapon, but a protective piece meant for the hands, offered as a gesture of goodwill. The protagonist was surprised, recognizing its value and craftsmanship, and quietly admired how fine it looked. He accepted it respectfully, promising to make good use of it. As the atmosphere eased, Hua Unwoo shifted the topic and asked if the protagonist knew who the main contenders for the Dragon Phoenix tournament were. When Lee Ji-neon admitted he didn't, Hua Unwoo looked surprised and lightly scolded him for being so unaware of current affairs. He then told his sister to explain the details. Yinseal, clearly annoyed, complained that her brother knew this information better than she did. Ignoring her irritation, Hua Unwoo gave her a stern look, insisting she explain. Then, with a teasing tone, he added that if she refused, he could always tell Lee Ji-neon stories about her childhood instead. Annoyed but unwilling to let that happen, she sighed and agreed to explain. She began outlining the situation clearly, saying that although many names were being mentioned as possible winners, the real competition was between two dominant powers, the Murim Alliance and the Rulers Association. The Murim Alliance was represented by Jin Jiol of the Manhwa sect and Lim Jiryong of the Wudong sect, though their participation was still uncertain. She explained that the Manhwa sect was known for risking their lives in every duel, while the Wudong sect preferred to stay away from worldly affairs. On the other hand, the Rulers Association was backing two strong contenders, Dako Han and Namgung Wai. If the two ended up facing each other in the finals, neither would walk away unharmed. The reason, she revealed, was because both men were rivals in love, infatuated with the same woman, Baek Yun, known across the South as its greatest beauty. Their rivalry had long gone beyond martial arts. They were both determined to humiliate each other in front of her. Listening to the explanation, the protagonist's thoughts lingered on one name, Baek Yun. He remembered a little girl from his past life, the daughter of a senior he deeply respected. He realized that she had now grown into a woman admired by every heir of the great clans. It felt strange for him, someone who had once been like an uncle to her, now standing among her peers. Hua Unwoo continued, mentioning that his own brother was also part of the Rulers Association, a dark horse in the tournament, though no one expected him to win since he had never fought a public duel and found most things in life bothersome. Lee Ji-neon observed him quietly, thinking that perhaps this man either lacked the will to fight or was so powerful that he didn't need to struggle at all. Yinseal then continued her explanation, mentioning two unpredictable variables in this year's competition, one from the Hainan sect and the other being Lee Ji-neon himself. Hearing that, he smiled faintly and decided that he had heard enough. Hua Unwoo leaned forward with curiosity, asking how prepared he was. Without hesitation, Lee Ji-neon raised his hand, showing the fist guard, and confidently declared that none of the competitors he'd heard about so far were even within his consideration. His composure shocked both siblings, leaving them speechless for a moment before Hua Unwoo burst into laughter, impressed by his unshakable confidence. As he laughed, he silently analyzed Lee Ji-neon, realizing how difficult he was to read. No matter how much he observed, he couldn't determine his martial arts style, his true level, or even whether he was interested in Yinseal, despite her fame as the Snow Phoenix. When he offered to pour more tea, Lee Ji-neon simply thanked him, appearing calm and detached, his focus elsewhere. While Hua Unwoo pondered over his mysterious nature, Lee Ji-neon's eyes lingered on the teapot, appreciating its craftsmanship. Yinseal, watching him, realized he was entirely focused on becoming stronger. He, meanwhile, examined the fist guard once more, admiring its fine design. Sometime later, as their meeting came to an end, Lee Ji-neon stood up and politely took his leave, bidding farewell to both siblings. They both wished him well in return as he walked away. After Lee Ji-neon left, Hua Yinseal, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, turned toward her brother and asked what he planned to do about the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Hua Unwoo pondered for a moment before calmly replying that he had finally met someone truly worthwhile. Yet, instead of forming genuine camaraderie, everyone seemed obsessed with winning a tournament. With a small smile, he decided that he would yield to young Master Lee. Yinseal blinked in surprise, her thoughts trailing. So, he wasn't going to participate? She couldn't help but comment, half teasingly, that her brother sure had a way with words. But then, smirking, she added that he was truly shameless. Hua Unwoo chuckled quietly to himself, recalling his encounter with Li Jinian. A faint laugh escaped him as he murmured, amused, that the young man's demeanor was eloquent as flowing water and falling like autumn leaves. Yinseal stared at him in confusion, raising a brow and asking what he meant by that sudden remark. Waving his hand dismissively, Hua Unwoo smiled and brushed it off, joking that it was just a random thought. He then teased his sister, calling Li Jinian quite a bling man, someone who didn't even attempt to hurt her and didn't seem like a womanizer at all. Yinseal crossed her arms and muttered that maybe he was just pretending to be uninterested. Her brother shook his head immediately, saying he didn't think so, that Li Jinian genuinely didn't care. Annoyed, she snapped that she didn't care about him either. Hua Unwoo laughed again, his tone playful but soon turning serious. He told her to experience life freely, to look, feel, and enjoy it for what it was. He explained that in life, she would meet merchant heirs stronger than martial ones, and clan heirs more despicable than bandits. Not everyone in the Murim Alliance was a true hero, and not every man from the underworld was dishonorable. She should see the world with her own eyes, listen carefully to others' words, and then choose the man she truly loved. He told her not to take his earlier teasing to heart. Yinseal nodded softly, acknowledging his words. Hua Unwoo then chuckled again, remarking that Li Jinian had boldly dismissed even Namgung Wai and Dako Han, two men so prideful that if they'd heard it, they would have drawn their swords on the spot. But before he could finish his thought, a deep voice echoed from behind them. Did I just hear that right? Both siblings froze and turned in alarm. A man approached them with a stern, angry expression, his steps firm and heavy. The air tensed as the two realized who it was, the future patriarch of the Dako clan, Dako Han himself. His sharp gaze fixed on them, and in a cold, furious tone, he demanded, "Who the hell dared to say that?"